Hello, everybody. That's what you do when you start filming. You go, and then you know where it starts. My name's Mike. Welcome to your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do this each and every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And it's always better when you're here. In fact, it's completely meaningless without you. That's how important you are to this project. So we're clear about that. Now, that being said, we have a bunch of clips ready for you tonight. Actually, I have less than usual. But and I have a Tulsi clip. Tulsi was just on Tucker, and she was talking about coronavirus and what needs to be done. So I have that ready to go. And a couple other things that are interesting. We're doing a show tomorrow night. We're doing a special Saturday night show at 5 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow night to cover the South Carolina primary results. And I always really enjoy covering the primary results with you guys. So I hope that we get to see you tomorrow night too. So, that being said, here we are doing this thing that we do. If anybody is interested, tonight is Friday. And on Fridays, we do dabs for donations. And if we get to $40 in donations, we will give away one of these exclusive Mox News long sleeve heavyweight t-shirts with an embroidered Mox News logo, unfair and biased, so everybody knows where you're coming from, that you are also unfair and biased. You will get a Mox News t-shirt. We will give away a Mox News t-shirt to the 10th caller. And again, we have 2 of these left. So if you want one, let Craig know, and he'll be sure and get you one out. Otherwise, it'll be really cool if we give one away tonight, because it's always fun to the call and to see who wins is always very exciting and fun and such. So I look forward to that if we can make it happen, if we can reach our $40 donation point. Which is cool. And Mox News survives solely on contributions from good people like you. The only reason Mox News is still here is because good people took a few minutes of their busy day and gave something back to Mox News. So thank you to all the good people. Okay, that being said, it is Dabs for Donations Friday, so we should get some nice big juicy fucking gobber ready to go, right? Doesn't that sound like a good plan? In my world, that's always a good plan. So let's see what we can do about that. Get a nice little dab ready here. See what we can get going. Oh man, this stuff's so gooey. It's not supposed to be this gooey. I hate it when it's this gooey. It gets stuck to the paper. I hate it when it sticks to the paper. Alright, let me find a gobber we can put on here. I got a gobber around here somewhere. Just wait. This one looks like it'll do it. Here we go. This should make a good gobber. Look at that. Let's see what we can get of that on there. Alright, let's see what we can get here. Let's see. Here we go. Ooh. There you go. Dab number 1. Gobber number 1. Oh, and doesn't it look lovely the way it sparkles in the light? Can't you just imagine that on the end of your dab stick at home, popping into your lovely recycler bong dab rig for lovely enjoyment on Friday evening? Wouldn't you like to have that? I know I would. So, if anyone is so kind as to set me up a donation, I will be most happy to burn that puppy in your honor. I should say vape, because we don't really burn it. We vape it. We heat up a piece of quartz crystal, and then we drop the essential oils on the heated quartz crystal, which turns the oils into a vapor, which we then inhale. Again, applying the essential oils to the lung area so that we can continue on happily and healthy for another day. So I look forward to doing that for you. And there's clickable links in the text body of this video, or there's clickable links in the chat room, or you can go to moxnews.com and click on links there. Either way, whatever you like. I'm almost ready. Oh, you bitch, what did you just do? What did she just do? What just happened? Where did that go? That was really messed up. I have no idea what just happened right there. Oh, man. Oh, it makes me so mad. What is happening? Oh, my God. What is happening here? This is driving me crazy. I'm simply trying to make a little post. And, oh, I also have a video about just exactly how evil YouTube and the YouTube management is. I have a video that shows so clearly how evil YouTube and YouTube management is that, I mean, especially when you consider, somebody said the other night that they lost like $700 million in the last year or something, right? I mean, even if it was $70 million, I mean, YouTube is one of the busiest websites, if not the busiest website in the world. It should be making money hand over fist. It is completely mismanaged, and it would be the simplest thing in the world to fix it. I myself, who am not the brightest guy, could fix it in a matter of just a couple of months, probably 2 months. I could have YouTube actually making money again. It would not be that. But YouTube doesn't care. Or it's not YouTube, it's Google that doesn't care. Google wants YouTube to lose money so that they have excuses for why they have to do this evil thing and this evil thing and this evil thing, because they're trying to make it so it can make money. Fuck you and fuck your money, Google. Every fucking penny you have. Fuck every goddamn penny Google has. Straight to fucking evil. That's who they are. You got that right. Okay, so that being said, what else do I have? I have fucking Tiger video. I have Saudi Arabia bans pilgrims. Jay-Z writes a letter to the government about the prison industrial complex. Turkey requests NATO meeting on Syria. 33 soldiers died in a bomb airstrike yesterday, and 33 Turkish soldiers died in Syria. Why the fuck they're in Syria? If you're Turkish and you're wearing a military uniform and you're in Syria, I'm sorry, but you probably deserve to die. Okay? Or any other foreign country that didn't welcome you into their country. Okay? I apologize, but you probably deserve to die. Now, that being said, What else do we have to do? Oh, right, we have Turkey, we have West Bank violence, and coronavirus, how it might affect our elections. Uh, and then tomorrow is the South Carolina primary, and again, all day long, I have seen the media insisting that Joe Biden has twice the support as Bernie Sanders in South Carolina. Okay, so when Joe Biden loses South Carolina to Bernie Sanders tomorrow, there is not a single poll the media can produce that has the slightest bit of credibility. Okay, because obviously they're choosing to put out fake polls in order to try and sway the voters. Okay, so when Bernie Sanders wins South Carolina tomorrow, all you other fucktards are out. That's it. Bernie's sweeping it. So I have an update on the election. And then, also I just saw, I'm going to post a Rachel Maddow video a little bit later. But she was just talking about, again, a couple days ago we played a Tulsi Gabbard video of her saying that it was wrong for some people to be saying that the virus is going to come here, meaning the United States, and that it's going to kill millions of Americans, right? I just watched a video from Rachel Maddow where she had on someone saying that this virus is going to kill millions of people. Okay, again, I don't know. I mean, I do. I get it. This is what the media does. It pushes fear, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist. And we all know that's what the media does. But again, I equate this to basically shouting fire in a crowded theater. Is completely irresponsible, and this is why this is a really good reason to despise the media and to turn away from the media and to just take care of you. And I think this is probably why so many people turn to Fox News over the last decade. To get their media, to get their mainstream, news hub from around the world, because Fox News isn't here to instill the fear in you. Fox News again and again and again says, don't buy into the fear, don't buy into the hate, don't buy into the anger. Over and over and over, Fox News has talked about these things. And why? Because when you buy into the fear, again, fear is meant to be a momentary emotion. Very, 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 very momentary. And in today's society, people walk around in constant fear. Top of the food chain, king of the jungle, walking through a civilized society in constant terror and fear. And why? Because it's programmed into them. Because no one ever tells them that they're the king of the jungle when they're growing up. When they're trying to figure out, their place in the world. No one ever explains to them that they're top of the food chain and their place in the world is anywhere they want it to be, making anything happen that they can dream of. No, you are this kind of clog. You will always be this kind of clog. And the sooner you accept that you are this kind of clog, the sooner you can get on with your life. And it may be true for lots of clogs. I, for one, don't fit that mold. Duh. And I never have, and I never will, and it's not because I don't want to be a clog. Because I think that I am actually very productive in this world, and I make a lot of very interesting things happen that reach and touch people, touches their soul. again and again and again for decades, solely because it's the right thing to do. Not because it's made me rich, but because it's the right thing to do. It's what I know how to do that might make a little bit of difference. So that's why I do it. And that's what you help make happen when you give something back to Mox News. So and I thank each and every one of you for that. And of course, you also make happen a dab on Fridays, which is Friday Dabs for Donation Day. And as last week, when we reached our $40 goal, we gave away a t-shirt, which was something else that you make happen. So if you want to help make that happen, thank you. It's easy to do. There's clickable links in the description box of this video, or you can go to moxnews.com. And it should take about 2 minutes to leave a donation. And thank you very much to everyone who helps out and everyone who helped make a awesome t-shirt giveaway last week. Aha! So, that being said, are we ready for a Tulsi Gabbard video? Play the fucking video! Or should we watch something else? How about the #1 cause of death in Utah is prescription medication? You want to see that video? Again, this is what the drug war brings you. Because people don't have access to cannabis. They're ODing and becoming addicts. It's just fucking horrible. Yep. You guys are the greatest. You guys are always the greatest. And it's just, like I said, if you weren't here, I always miss you guys when you're not here. Last night we had Michael from Southern California call. It's the first time he called in like 2 weeks, and it was really good to hear from him because Craig's been asking, and we want to make something cool happen here, and we have made something cool happen here, and that's why I'm not ready to give up on it yet. Okay, so, and honestly, the numbers are going up. The numbers are for the shows are getting bigger and bigger. So maybe we will, eventually have something where we have hundreds of people live in the audience, and we can have lots and lots of new callers every day, perhaps. I don't know. But for now, this is what we have. And again, this is a part of YouTube being so fucked up. Because you look around and YouTube is just not, YouTube is clearly not sharing the fact that this channel has a live stream going with the 118,000 people who subscribed to this channel so that they could know what is going on this channel. And I figured out what happened. See, part of what's happened, besides the shadow ban, which is hard to understand, but what I see is that about, a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, YouTube started this notifications thing, right? And before that point, Mox News got 116,000 subscribers, and then YouTube decides they're going to do this notifications thing, and now they don't tell anybody about the videos that I have posted unless so I have 118,000 people who have subscribed to this channel. The only reason you subscribe to a channel is so that you know what's going on that channel. Hey, this looks cool. I want to keep up to date on what's going on this channel. 118,000 people. Do you think that YouTube is notifying 118,000 people that there's a live event going on at Mox News? Fuck no. And you know why? Because the management at YouTube sucks. And I can prove it. I can prove not only that the management of YouTube sucks, but that it is pure evil. I can prove it. And I will momentarily. You watch. I will prove it momentarily. But, we've seen them do pure evil again and again and again to Mox News, if no one else, and to lots of others. This is, for whatever reason, and we know the reason. It's pure censorship, and it's pure. You guys are just communicating too much. And I mean, people were angry before, but Google changed something on YouTube, so that it's not just a matter of, it's more difficult to communicate. They changed something so that people are more angry on YouTube. They upped it. And again, Google's doing this on purpose. Google knows what they're doing. Google and the management of YouTube apparently is pure evil. So, should I play that video now? I'm going to go get my tea. I'm going to play that video now. Google is pure evil. Where's that at? Let's see. Right there. Google is pure evil. Is that what it is? No, that's not it. Oh, there it is. How evil is YouTube management? Got it. That is video number 5. I will play that for you now, and I'll be right back with a nice fresh cup of tea. And then maybe, if someone gives a donation, we could do a big fat dab. Wouldn't that be nice? Yes, that would be nice.
This is rapper Ayaso Slay. She became known as Mecca Girl when her music and dance video, produced in Saudi Arabia's holiest city, became an online sensation. That is, until her YouTube channel was suspended and Mecca's governor ordered her arrest. Governor Prince Khalid bin Faisal said the song offends the customs and traditions of the people of Mecca and contradicts the identity and traditions of its esteemed population. He called for the singer's jailing along with everyone else who helped produce the video. It's unknown if Slay has been detained. Her rapping celebrates powerful and beautiful women, in Slay's case as a Saudi woman of East African descent. As she raps with Mecca Girls You Can't Compete, she strikes chords of female independence in a country recognized as one of the world's most repressive societies for women.
أنا بنت مكة أصيلة وعشانها تشقى في وقت الشدة ما نتكة.
The last time a video by a Saudi female performer went so viral was in 2018, when a performer called Lisa A celebrated women winning the right to drive just a year earlier. But that video was largely celebrated. No government officials called for locking her up.
Sorry. All right, so again, it took me an extra second to get a cup of tea. But what's happening here? Why is that still on? Get that fucking out of here. This shows clearly how evil YouTube is, how evil the management of YouTube is, how evil Google is. I mean, they had this first do no harm, right? Law, whatever, motto. Here's this up, not just a lovely young lady, right? Not just a lovely young lady doing this awesome thing, having fun, clearly having fun, and clearly inspiring others. And, but this up and coming artist, who just for the first time maybe receiving real recognition of her amazing fucking skills. And YouTube crushes her. They're like, oh no, we can't have anything beautiful like you. Squash. That's who YouTube management, that's who the people who manage YouTube choose to be. They choose to be that. They don't have to be that. They choose to be it. And again, this is why YouTube is losing so much money. Okay, because they're pandering to the powers that be. They're pandering to the Disney. They're pandering to the Coca-Cola. They're pandering to the Saudi Arabia, to the China. This is why they're losing money. Instead of just being this thing that's about the people, this amazing giant soapbox, the biggest soapbox in the world, where you can voice your opinion and you can make so many cool things happen and share it with everyone. You know, PewDiePie could fix what's wrong with YouTube in a month. Okay, like I said, I could do it in 2 months. It's not that complicated. It's that YouTube chooses to be evil. The management of YouTube chooses to be evil. Evil! And that's all there is to it. It is a choice, and they make it very clear that they are making it, that they are choosing to be evil. So, that being said, let's see, we have, I have a few more videos to do. And then we can go, and then also we're going to do tomorrow night's show at 5 p.m. Pacific time, so if anybody's interested, we'll be here. We're going to do the primary results for Southern California, and that will be awesome. Oh, Wilco, you just want to see me take that big fat dab, don't you? I want to see me take that big fat dab too. Ha! So thank you, Wilco. Wilco just kicked down $5. And it's very nice of him because Wilco already is a monthly subscriber. He donates every month. And then when we do this other dabs for donation stuff, he donates then too. So very, very generous of Wilco. Thank you so much, sir. And here's this big fat dab that I'm going to do for Wilco. If I can. It's a big fat dab, Wilco. That's a big one, Wilco. I don't know if I can get it all, man. You just want to see me choke on that, don't you? Oh, and look at the way it sparkles in the light. Okay. We got that going for me. Should I play a video while I heat up the pipe here? Let's see. Let's see here. All right, I'll play the Jay-Z prison industrial complex letter to the government. Which one's that? While I heat up my dab rig. So everybody else get ready. Follow me. Do exactly as you see. Let's see. Clip number 8.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on. Clip number 7.
Gail is up first. Yes, I'm going to start with Jay-Z, the business mogul using his considerable clout to draw attention to a humanitarian crisis. It all has to do with new developments about the dangerous conditions in a Mississippi state prison. CBS News has been covering this story for weeks, too. It's really important to bring this to your attention again, because at least 19 inmates have recently died in the state's notorious prison system. So Jay-Z and rap artist Yo Gotti took out an ad in the New York Times yesterday to write an open letter to Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves. And it is very much on point. It says, we need to be blunt. The alarming humanitarian crisis currently overwhelming Parchman Prison is spiraling out of control. We implore you to appeal to the federal government to declare a state of emergency. And they wrote about the Parchman inmates who are serving sentences for nonviolent crimes, live under the constant threat of violence and deaths and suicides. Yesterday, the two artists filed a second lawsuit on behalf of the 152 inmates who live in that prison, if you could call it living. We reached out to the governor's office for comment and did not immediately hear back. But I think this is extraordinary, that Rock Nation, Jay-Z in particular, have taken out a full-page ad. I started highlighting stuff. Yeah. There was so much to highlight, I just finally put it down. They took out a full-page ad basically targeting the governor, saying, you know, your legacy is now going to be stained and tainted if you don't do something.
That's a very big deal. I mean, the point of prison is rehabilitation. You pay back a debt to society. You shouldn't face a new trial of violence, and unless you have the death penalty, you should not be facing death in prison.
They said the conditions are just inhumane. We saw it too. We've seen the raw sewage pouring out of broken toilets, inmates locked in cell blocks with a lack of heat, lights, working plumbing, and only rotten food to eat. That is a problem.
As you point out, we've been reporting on this for a while.
Yes.
All right, so I got this lovely dab right here for Woolco. Woolco kicked down $5. I am telling you, if they were selling dabs like that on the corner for $5, there'd be a line around the block. There would be. The rag is heated. The rag is heated up, and I'm about to puff this sucker. So, and my cookie is kicking in. And my dog's all comfortable over there. Down by the river. He's laying down by the river, he is. I don't know where that accent came from, sorry. So what is next? What is next? Oh, we're going to do this big fat puff for Woolco. Here we go. Let's see if we can get it in there. Hold on. Whoa. Thank you, Woolco. Okay, so that was nice. That was very nice. Thank you, Woolco. I feel much better now. Again, I don't understand why. I mean, I do. I get why the Google would allow the management to be so evil. But I mean, they lose money. I mean, lose lots and lots and lots of money. I mean, YouTube should be making money hand over fist. It should be one of the easiest things ever for YouTube to make money. It's the busiest website in the world, and for whatever reason, Google seems to be good with YouTube losing money. And they just, again, I know I just explained it. It's because as long as they're losing money, they can justify doing the evil that they do. Because all that matters is that we're losing money, and we have to fucking try and get that right. Right? Which is ridiculous. I mean, Google knew that this was, Google not making money off the busiest website in the world, that's idiotic. That can only be by design. Okay? So, and again, it gives them the excuse they need to do the evil that they do, which is so sad. I mean, really, Google, it's not like we can't see YouTube management. It's not like we can't see. I just made it obvious to the entire world, like it wasn't already. Duh. You guys ready for a Tulsi video? Pikachu. Pika. Man, did you guys see the movie Detective Pikachu? I was so disappointed. That movie needed to be rated R, and it needed a different main character. But it could have been fucking amazing. So disappointed. I want it to be like the Pokemon of the Deadpool of Pokemon, I was really looking forward to that. So sad. What do you mean emojis make money? What does that mean? How do emojis make money? I am a living emoji, unlike any other. Isn't that obvious? Okay, so again, I am really looking forward to seeing Biden just get bashed tomorrow. I can't, I mean, the most important thing that's going to happen in this election is Biden losing horribly tomorrow, just like he's lost every other one of these primaries. Okay, so I really am looking forward to that so much. So please be sure and know that we're going to be live tomorrow night at 5 p.m. so that we can bring you primary election results from South Carolina. The Do Not Disturb is not on the phones, if anybody's wondering. Anyone can call at any time. The number's right there on the screen. It's not necessary. I can ramble on forever, but it's mainly why I've avoided making on-camera videos for all this time, was because I don't want to just ramble on forever, like I know everything, or like you need to be listening to me, you know? Then I'd just be like these other fucking fools. And I'm not like them. So, anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and play a Tulsi video because I know you guys like the Tulsi videos. So I got Tulsi from tonight talking about coronavirus to Tucker, and she's she's so smart. I just agree with what she says. She says, you know, why aren't we setting up these drive-through testing sites like they have in South Korea, and they just opened in London, where you can just drive through. You don't have to go to a doctor's office. You don't have to go to a hospital where there's potentially a bunch of sick people. You just drive, you get in your car, you drive to this place, and then they test you for coronavirus, and then they call you tomorrow and let you know if you're good or not. You know, Tulsi Gabbard says, why aren't we opening up sites like that? So, and I agree. I thought that was fucking brilliant when I saw it on South Korea doing it yesterday. I'm pretty sure I played that video from Japan for you yesterday about the drive-through testing sites in South Korea. So, here we go. Tulsi Gabbard on tonight's Tucker just about 2 hours ago.
There are major outbreaks of coronavirus in Japan, South Korea, and Italy. In Japan, all schools are closed for the next month at least. And yet, the United States is still receiving flights from all three of those countries. In fact, we aren't even screening arrivals for the virus. Congresswoman and Democratic presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii says that needs to change. She joins us tonight. Congresswoman, thanks so much for coming on. So,
thanks, Tucker.
Obviously, there's an economic cost to shutting down routes or to inconveniencing passengers. You think we need to do it anyway. Tell us why.
We do, because first of all, let's look at the first move that was taken by the Trump administration to suspend flights coming from China to protect the safety and health and well-being of the American people, to prevent the spread of coronavirus here to our shores. Similarly, this is what needs to happen with Japan, South Korea, and Italy, these other countries who are going through a serious outbreak that they are dealing with. And like you said, there is still no screening taking place, not only on arrival with people coming here, but what I think needs to be done is people should be tested before they get on the plane. In that case, and in that instance, if people are tested, they come out negative, then they can go about their business. This will have some economic impact. There's no doubt about it. But that impact in the short term now, by taking this action, will pale in comparison to the economic hardship and challenges we'll face in this country if these flights are allowed to continue. People are coming here potentially infected with this virus, and then it is allowed to continue to spread. The hardship on the lives of the American people and the hardship on our economy will be far-reaching and longer-lasting.
So just to put this in context for our viewers, you represent, of course, the state of Hawaii, which I would bet has more direct flights to Asia than any other place in the United States. It's a major source of revenue for your state. And so this would mean Hawaii takes a big hit, but you're still in favor of it. That's how concerned you are.
We have to have foresight and recognize the priority for our leaders is to ensure the safety and health and well-being of the people of my home state of Hawaii, the people of our country. And taking this step now is necessary to be able to accomplish that, because if we don't, then it's too late. Then the coronavirus may have already taken root. And again, you're looking at impact on jobs, impact on schools, impact, yes, on a state like ours that's heavily dependent on tourism that will be far more long-lasting and devastating.
No, that's right. So what would you say? I mean, this is a conversation that's kind of popped up a couple of times in the last week, but each time it does, the people who raise it are denounced as xenophobic. How would you respond to that?
It's looking at the facts and looking at the reality. Unfortunately, there has been some xenophobia around this outbreak that began in China that must be denounced. Really what we're talking about is the United States, the American people, as well as how small this global community is and how essential it is that we work with other countries to be able to prevent this from becoming an all-out pandemic. And so, look, I want to make a direct appeal to President Trump at this point to break through the bureaucracy, break through the red tape that we're seeing from agencies like the CDC and the FDA in order to broaden the testing criteria to make it so that anyone who has symptoms can actually get a test, and to make sure that these tests are readily available, whether it's in a doctor's office, in a hospital, at our airports, or even as they're doing in countries like Scotland and South Korea. There's a drive-through station. You can go in and get the test and be in and out in less than 10 minutes, rather than having the kind of prolonged testing that we're having now, where the CDC only tests a very few people because of their narrow criteria. And then you've got to wait 4 days if you're one of those people who gets tested. Potentially, if you have the virus, putting you in a place where you're exposing other people and putting them at risk. We've got to get on the ball on this.
It seems like a no-brainer for sure. Congressman, thank you so much for saying that. You're one of the few. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tucker.
Americans are getting released from quarantine for coronavirus, but should that make us feel better or more concerned? One recent television interview is getting a lot of attention on this subject. Chief Breaking News correspondent Trace Gallagher is here with the details. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Tucker. Frank Wyszynski is from Pennsylvania, but he's lived in Hubei province, China, the epicenter of coronavirus now for 15 years. In fact, his father-in-law recently died of coronavirus, and Wyszynski, his wife, and their 3-year-old daughter went to Wuhan for the memorial service. Because Wyszynski and his daughter are American citizens, they were evacuated back to the U.S. His wife, who's Chinese, stayed behind. And when dad and daughter got to the Miramar Marine Base in San Diego, they were placed in isolation, but tested negative for coronavirus, so they were let out. But then the daughter began coughing, and back to isolation they went, again testing negative for the virus. Today, Wyszynski was on America's Newsroom when this happened. Watch.
Fortunately, from what I understand, it is contagious, but the death rate is pretty low. So, yeah, I understand the fear.
Of course, the coughing prompted a question about his condition, which led to a bit, as you see there with the water, family sharing that raised a lot of eyebrows. Watch again.
Excuse me. Let me get some of that. They said, yeah, I'm fine. I got tested twice, negative both times. The cough, probably just nerves.
Just nerves. Some wondered if the water sharing was the best choice, but again, dad and daughter have tested negative twice, and it appears they will not be getting a return visit to isolation, at least for now, Tucker.
Trace Gallagher, thanks so much for that.
Yep.
I figure I should keep that ending in there. I thought you guys would want to see that. I thought that was hilarious. It's surprising he didn't talk about that more. It's the kind of thing he likes to talk about. But, again, this is what I keep saying, and I don't know if that's what he was trying to point out, but that the leadership on this is going to be 100% responsible if this thing does get out of hand, because it shouldn't have. It was pretty well contained, and now all of a sudden it's everywhere. So, by the way, I played a video for you yesterday about a local Seattle school that was shut down because of coronavirus concerns, because somebody had been hanging out with somebody who just got back from China or something, and that person was being tested for coronavirus. So it was like the janitor or something. So they quarantined the janitor, and they shut down the school, and they cleaned the school, and then it was shut down again today. And then the person that they were concerned might have coronavirus or COVID-19 tested negative. So I don't know if they're out of quarantine now or not, but that's just an update on the local Seattle school that was shut down out of coronavirus fears, in case you were wondering. I wasn't able to get that on video today, but it was kind of rushed this evening when I was trying to finish everything up. Pan pizza. I love pan pizza. Pan pizza is my favorite. It's not so much that pan pizza is my favorite. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wilco. And who's this? Wait a minute. Wilco and thank you, ND. Okay, so I got another dab for ND. Another $5 dab for ND. This one's not quite as big, ND, but trust me when I say it's a good one. Actually, I can make it a little bit bigger. You deserve a bigger dab. Wilco got a bigger dab than that. This one's a good one, but you deserve a bigger one, because Wilco got a bigger one than that. So let me see what I can do here for you, ND. I don't know. This stuff's not playing nice. Let me see what I can do. Let me see. Almost had it. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Gobber for ND. Oh, and look at it. Sparkle in the light. Isn't that something you'd love to have at your home, ladies and gentlemen? Wouldn't you like to have that on the end of your beautiful glass dab stick, about to lower into your lovely recycler bong on a nice heated piece of quartz crystal? Doesn't it sound just lovely? I think so. Okay, that puts us at $10. If we get to $40, we will give away this lovely Mox News t-shirt to the 10th caller. Since we haven't had any callers tonight, we'll keep it at 10. We don't want to make it like 22 callers. Since we haven't had any callers tonight, we will give away this lovely Mox News long sleeve heavyweight embroidered t-shirt with the Mox News logo, unfair and biased. There's only 2 of these left, ladies and gentlemen. If we get to $40 in donations tonight, I will give away one of those 2 t-shirts to the 10th caller. But you're going to have to hurry, because it's Friday night and I got shit to do. It's not true. I don't have anything to do. But one of these days. But it is Friday night, and I bet some of you have shit to do. So I will. Let's see. We will heat up the dab rig for ND, and then I will take a big fat dab. That sounds like a good plan. Boy, that last one really kicked my ass. Thanks, Andy. Oh, you know what? We might have to do a live unboxing. We might have to do a live unboxing video because I want to do an unboxing. I have a $20 torch from Home Depot, and I wanted to do an unboxing for it in case anybody's trying to figure out what kind of torch to get if they're setting up their first dab rig, you know. So I have a $20 torch. It comes with a tank of gas. It was not given to me by Home Depot to do a review of. I bought it because this particular torch is over 2 years old, and I don't want it to zonk out on me and not have a backup, because that's not a good plan. So, and the reason I want to do an unboxing of a $20 Home Depot torch is because like I said, there might be people that are buying their first torch, but when I bought my first torch, when I first started dabbing, I spent $50 on it. And I wanted, because I wanted to have a good torch. I didn't want it to fuck up on me in the middle of my dab session, my party, whatever it was that was going on. And so I spent $50 on it, and every single day that I had it, it was a pain in the ass. From the very first day. I should have just took it back immediately, but it was my first torch and I didn't know better. So this one right here, which apparently is out of gas, so we may have to do an unboxing so we can break the new one out. This one is exactly the same according to the pictures as the one in this box. So we will see, right? And this is a $20 Home Depot torch, and it comes with a tank of gas. So I figure, you know, again, for novice dabbers, that I really want to steer them away from the $50 torch. If this one, I'm going to unbox it and make sure that it works properly, and it's the same as this one. This one's worked for 2 years, $20, can't go wrong. All I'm saying is trying to save you a couple bucks and steer you the right direction if I can, because I can. Oh, that was nice. Thank you, ND. It's very nice of you. Oh, that was a good one. All right, so, and again, I agree with Tulsi 100% on these drive-through testing things. Is fucking brilliant. Again, it keeps you away from the sick people. If you happen to wind up sick, you can find out without, you know, spreading it to potentially a bunch of other people. You know, it should be, if this thing is as bad as they say it is, then that should just be something that's easy to set up and can be done immediately with very few resources, I would think. So, that should be something that's happening right away. Like I said, I played a video for you guys yesterday from the Japanese news where they were showing that that's what they were doing in South Korea, is that they're having people come to these drive-through test centers, right? You can just drive through, they swab your saliva, and then you go home, and then they call you tomorrow and say, you're cool, man, don't worry about it. Or you'd have to stay at home for a couple weeks at least. Excuse me. I'm good, don't worry. Woo! Now, as I was saying, and then the part at the end of that video I thought was really good. I went to look to see. I had the Bill Hemmer news at noon, but apparently that was not the noon news. That was the 6 a.m. news, and I didn't have that one because my DVR is fucking full, and there's something wrong with the Comcast. They're saying, oh, right now you're able to record too many channels, and we're going to have to cut you back to only 6 channels. And I'm going to call them. I'm going to say, fuck you. in exactly those words. Because right now I have the ability to record 20 channels per hour. And we pay a lot of money for that ability. So and that's what it was they sold me when we signed the contract for that. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Michael, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Michael, oh goodness.
What's up, Pete?
Michael, am I losing you?
No, I can hear you. You'll never lose me, Pete.
There you are. Okay, good. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do, Mike, if I lost you.
You'll never lose me, Pete.
I'll be lost inside.
I'm under your skin, man. I set up a vibration within you. It will never go away.
Yeah, it's like some weird fucking virus that just pops back up every now and then.
It hides until it's necessary.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it. It just
can't get rid of it. That's what I keep saying. You guys don't really understand you guys don't really understand that that's what I'm doing, but that is what I'm doing. What's that, Pete?
I know exactly what you're doing, cocksucker. You're not fucking fooling anybody.
Okay, you say so. What's up for the weekend, Pete? What's up for the weekend?
I don't know. I don't really know. Just relaxing and trying to be creative. I might buy an acoustic guitar.
Really?
Is the whole. Yeah, taxes, man. I'm gonna get some money back from my taxes, so I might just go buy an acoustic guitar because I've been thinking about it. So,
hey,
before I die of the fucking coronavirus, I might as well try to fucking write some songs, right?
We're all gonna die in 3 months, man. You might as well enjoy it.
Yeah, we're all dead.
We're all dead. We're dead. We don't even know it yet.
Man, that shit is scary.
No, it's not. Look, look. There's nothing going. I mean, again, I walk for hours every day in my community, and I don't see fucking shit going on. So I don't know what it is that you guys are terrified of, but I don't see it happening.
Well, that's how viruses work, man. It starts with just a small.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Well, no, it's true, man. That's how viruses work. Before you know it, it's everywhere. I don't know how virulent this particular strain is. It doesn't seem like it's as virulent as like Ebola, but I don't know. Seems pretty bad. It's a scary thing, man. It's gonna kill a lot of people. Definitely gonna kill a lot of people. You know, like they try to say.
I just saw a Rachel Maddow video where they were literally saying this is going to kill millions of people.
Yeah, you know, when Trump tries to come on the news and tries to say that this is not going to come to America, I mean, how the fuck can he come on the news and say this kind of shit? Because we get, you know, how much shit do we import? Like, you know, half of our goods and service, you know, is all imported from fucking China. You know, I work at a pharmaceutical company where half of the fucking raw materials we import from fucking China. You know, like it's created like this big catastrophic, like. You know,
are they going to lay people off soon, or?
No, they're not laying people off. It's just like, you know. But I'm just saying, like, you know, all the fears about the coronavirus, like, that's why the stock market's like plunging, because like people are afraid to like do business with China because they don't want to bring this fucking virus in. Like, that's the case with my company. You know, I work at a pharmaceutical company, and a lot of the raw materials that we buy come from fucking China, and like we don't want to fucking buy them because they're obviously because of all the virus fears. So, you know, it's like it's fucking up the economy. So that's one thing. But my point is, like, you know, we bring so much shit in from China. Our clothes, our you know, every little doodad and little trinket and this and that, you fucking name it, it comes from fucking China. So it's like there's no fucking way we're gonna be able to keep it from coming here. It's just, you know, I don't know. It's probably just me being a paranoid pothead.
Well, there's not any boats. I don't think there's a whole bunch of shit coming here from China right now, Pete. Right? I mean, it's pretty much shut down. That's why you're saying it's not a matter of you don't want to buy your stuff from China anymore. It's a matter of you don't have that option. That's why I was asking if they were going to lay people off, because, you know, that's where this stuff comes from right now. And if you can't get it, then, you know, it's not a matter, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be happy to buy shit from China. It's just they can't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm just, you know, I'm just the low man on the totem pole. I don't know. I just when people like Trump try to say like this shit's not going to come here, I just can't imagine that it's not going to. You know, and when something...
It is here. It's not that it's not going to come here. It is here. It's affecting people. It's just a matter of how the leadership deals with it to contain it. Because right now, it's not everywhere. It's just there's little spots. And if we fucking do this right, it shouldn't go crazy. But this is the problem with having someone like Donald Trump in charge. You know, there's no confidence. All of a sudden, people understand what it means to have a con man as president. There is zero confidence. That's the reason the stock market's crashing. There's zero confidence in the ability of this leadership, Mike Pence, give me a fucking break, to lead us out of this. You know?
Well, that's not what the main story has been in the news. The main story has been that the stock market is crashing because of virus fears.
Well, the stock, right? That's what I mean. That's their, again, they fear. But the you know, the rich people, they make a lot of money when the stock market's crashing, right? So, you know, so they might want to be pushing that. They, you know, because here's the deal: the stock market, you know, everyone has said has been in a bubble for a long time, and a correction is way overdue according to historical.
Historical data. Totally be it's crashing. We're going to blame it on whatever it is. The virus is in the news. We'll blame it on the fucking virus. Yeah, sure. But maybe there's truth to that.
Well, no.
We do a lot of trade with China, so it makes sense.
There is some truth to it, because there is a lot of business that goes on with China, and it's going to be affected, apparently. So, I mean, automobile, you know, stuff and all kinds of fucking shit. So, you know...
Dude, everything. Yeah. We are so reliant on China for so much shit. Too much shit.
Yeah, I agree, 100%, Pete. I could not agree more.
That's why all the people on in the stock market are freaking the fuck out right now.
Jacqueline, that's one for you. Right, that's it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do I know? I'm just a fucking idiot.
You're not a fucking idiot, Pitt. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying.
Look, no, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying
no.
You are.
Look it.
I'm just saying that I only read half as much into this shit as I probably should. You know.
It's not.
But I don't think that we really understand like all that much about this virus at this point. You know, it's pretty new. You know. You don't. You know, how virulent is this? Like, you know, some viruses are so virulent that, you know, there's no containing them. Once they get out there, it's fucking done, you know? I mean, this doesn't seem to be that kind of virus, but, you know.
Yeah, you know, I heard that.
We don't know a lot about it. It's I don't know.
I understand what's happening, Pete. I see what's going on. All I'm saying is, you know, this is the deal. This is what we've experienced for the last 20 years from the media is fear, terrorist, terrorist. Okay? And all I'm saying is this is what they do. They hype it up. Okay? And I think I equate it to, you know, yelling fire in a crowded theater. Okay? And it's disgusting. Okay, anybody else was doing it, it would be, you know, criminal. So I am doing my best not to come across that way, and because I don't want to encourage fear in anyone. I talk about this all the time. It's just not meant to be an every moment of everyday emotion. And this is what we've been programmed to be an experience. The last 20 years, every day of every moment of every day, emotion is fear. Okay, and I just.
Well, who knows, Mike? Maybe this is an economic thing. Maybe this is kind of a jab to the Chinese. You know.
I don't know. Again, it's just all above my pay grade. What I see is that I mean. Honestly, okay, and I'm not trying to spread the fear. What I see is that there's something more to the story that we're not being told. And I don't know what that is. It's way above my pay grade. But I can see it in the people's eyes who are the people that know what's going on. So that's all I can tell you.
Yeah, right on. Maybe I'm just falling into the fear of bullshit, but
well, no, I mean, look, make the most of it. Go buy a fucking guitar and strum that fucker like it's 1999. You know,
bro, I will. I will fucking strum it like it's fucking 2020.
So, where do you go to get your guitar if you're going to buy a guitar?
I don't know, man. I'll go to a Guitar Center, I guess.
Well, here's what I recommend. My friend, and where I always shop myself, but Goodwill has online in Seattle, and they have like guitars, and they have like fucking brand new Xboxes for like $10 and shit, right? So I would check.
I gotta go in. I gotta have a go in and play it. At least that's what I like about. You know,
yeah, I hear you. I understand.
You can go in there. They'll let you play everything that's on the fucking wall.
And it's 1999, so you might as well fucking live it up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Have you made a new batch of gummies?
Yeah, bro. I just sold my my boss a batch.
You sold them?
Yeah. Yeah, bro, I'm wheeling and dealing officially to my employer.
Well.
And I was like, yeah, boss, that's going to be $50. And she's like, all right, I'll put that in on your fucking paycheck that's automatically routed to your bank account every week. And I was like, that's fucking badass.
Did I tell you you're my favorite, Pete? That's great, dude. I love it.
Yeah. Fucking balling. Just real baller shit going on here in Rhode Island.
So did she say that she wants to get on the regular payment schedule, so you just bring it in once a week or something?
Dude, she loves them. She loves these edibles.
Well, of course.
She's all about them. She talks about them to all her coworkers.
Pete, this is what I'm telling you. I mean, it's just like the Bright Side commercial, right? The people, they're just like so happy all of a sudden. You know, I mean, it's this difference between.
You should play that clip again.
Yeah, it's this difference between having life and being miserable, and all of a sudden, like, fucking breakfast cereal's so good.
Dude, it's just like that fucking commercial. It's so funny. Yeah. My boss, like, you know, as I've said before, her wife has threatened to divorce her if she catches her getting high. So she just eats it and totally gets away with it and loves it. And she said the batch that I just made yesterday, or actually the day before, was a little bit potent. So she ate 2 gummies. She's so adorable. She's like, oh, I ate 2, and, you know, each one's like 10 milligrams.
Yeah.
She's like, I eat 2. I'm like, boss, I eat like 12. Like, you know, I eat 12 to start, and then I eat another 12, you know, before I go to bed.
I smoked 2 joints. I smoked 2 joints before I smoked 2 joints, and then I smoked 2 more.
I eat 12 gummy bears before I eat 12 gummy bears, and then I eat 12 more gummy bears.
There is your first acoustic song right there, Pete.
I know, they're so cute. They're like, oh, I ate an ear off of the gummy bear, and I got, like, so high. It was great. I'm like, you guys don't even know. They don't know, Mike. You know, they're not fucking soldiers like you and me.
Well, you guys, you don't want to scare them at first, man. I remember I ate a brownie one time that was really potent, and I could hear the tree. It was very windy that night, and I listened while the trees sung. They literally were singing, and then I could hear them talking too. It's not so much talking, but what they were thinking, and they're like, who let this fucker listen to us? Like, it's cool. It's Mike. It's cool.
But dude, the highest I ever got in my life was off of a batch of edible. My buddy had a medical license, and he went to a dispensary, and he got some mix that you use to make like a hot chocolate. Mm-hmm. It was like powdered cocoa, like infused powdered cocoa mix, and he made some hot chocolate with it. And it was like 100 milligram packet, and he made like a little like coffee cup that was like 100 milligrams. And I drank. Dude, this was my first time ever doing any edible marijuana. That was the highest I've ever been in my life. And he drank, and he knew. He was like, I was like, I'll drink the whole fucking thing right now. He's like, no, dude, don't do that. He took a couple sips first. He's like, okay, take the rest. And I still, that was the highest. It was like I was drunk, like I drank like a bottle of whiskey. Like I couldn't even finish a sentence. I was fluttering in.
I remember my first pot brownie.
Yeah,
you know the show, That 70s Show? Do you remember that show?
Of course.
Do you remember the episode? Do you remember the episode where they wind up getting where the adults wind up getting a tray of pot brownies, and they get so high? That was so fucking funny, man. I was laughing so hard I had tears running down my eyes, down my cheeks. Hilarious.
First 3 seasons of that show, fantastic.
Mila Kunis.
Hell yeah, burn the flat ass.
You describe her perfect.
Yeah, bro, killing it.
What?
The edibles.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that gummy bear song when you get home, or when you get back on Monday. Hey, we're gonna do.
I eat 12 gummy bears and then I smoke 12 gummy bears.
We're gonna do a live show tomorrow too. So, if you're around, I know you're a busy guy. I know you got stuff to do on the weekend, but if you got a sec, 5 p.m. tomorrow night.
Yeah, I just started dating this girl.
Really? Congratulations.
Oh, it's not gonna last very long, but let me tell you. Oh God, is she something, Mike?
Yeah,
she's way out of my league.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's not gonna last very long. She's gonna dump me. She's gonna dump my ass real quick. But that's all right.
Does she eat gummy bears?
No, she doesn't.
Why not?
But she likes to drink alcohol.
Oh, I know those kind of girls.
Yeah.
Does she smoke?
No.
Like cigarettes?
No, she does like to drink alcohol, though. That's how I met her.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Pete. Enjoy that while you can.
Yeah, it's not going to last very long. But she's super hot. I'm enjoying fucking her. I'm going to continue to enjoy fucking her for maybe, like another week or two until she gets sick of me and then dumps me inevitably.
We'll call her
Cool.
We'll call her Tulsi once while you're boning her.
I'll just write Tulsi like above her butt cheeks when the fucking with me down.
All right, well, I'm jealous of what I'm gonna get, Pete. I gotta take a fucking dab, man.
Right on, brother. I'll let you go. Keep on rocking in the free world. Tulsi gives me a boner. Blow your dad and praise Allah.
I'm glad to hear from you. Bye. That's our buddy Pete in Rhode Island. Drunk Pete. I didn't ask him if he was drinking tonight. He's supposed to get his heart monitor off. I think he said Tuesday. Which, hopefully that should be a good day for him, I would think. Sounds kind of uncomfortable. So, I have a new dab for the lovely Jackie Cat. Oh my gosh, it's so big, Jackie Cat. I don't know if I can do that one. Pete wanted to see the Bright Side, commercial. I should play that for Pete. I gotta heat up this dab rig. Hold on. Let's see if we can get it open. Let's see if we can get it started. I don't know if it's gonna start or not. Come on. Oh, we got it. There we go. Whew. One more. I can squeeze one more out of this baby. Alright, I'm play that Bright Side commercial for Pete. Heat this dab rig up for Jackie Cat.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, dabs in space. This one's for Jackie Cat. I just love that commercial. Now, just imagine Pete's boss, right? This executive has the, boss people around all day, and she's just like, you notice at the beginning of that video, she's all stressing about bills, and she's looking out the window, like, almost like she's afraid to go out there, and then she gets her delivery from Brightside, and next thing you know, she's smelling the flowers, and then she's out at the park, and she's laughing, and having a juice box with everybody, and Grandpa's dancing. as where earlier he was like, oh, his fingers are hurting because of his arthritis. Now just imagine Pete's boss and everybody else. Imagine the difference it can make for you, Jackie Cat. Woo! Ha ha ha! They don't make them like that for $5. I'll tell you what. Oh, that was a $10 dab for Jackie Cat right there. Thanks, Jackie Cat. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How about you, Chris?
I'm doing well. It's raining, though. That's kind of a new thing that just started in the last few hours. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, we don't usually get that around these neighborhood.
So did you notice that the stock market went down another, 500 points or something today?
It was like, it was less than 400. It was like 368 or something like that.
I spent the last 15 minutes of the trading day watching the number go up 600 points. And it was weird because it's just like watching an algorithm when you see the computer and then you just see the number turn and turn and turn and turn. And it went up and down like 150, 200, 150, 200 points for about 30 minutes to an hour. So that's how frenetic the trading was.
Yeah, they said the last half hour was insane.
Yeah, it was really weird. And so the point was that there are economists or whatever, people who talk about the economy, who are looking at reasons why there's the correction that's occurring.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 4 reasons listed at MarketWatch, including a significant change in economic fundamentals, a significant increase in risk to fundamentals, the market's financial plumbing is breaking down, and a meteor or alien invasion to end global existence has been spotted, but its arrival is unknown, or a virus pandemic. So, the point being is that, yes, the market was weak to begin with, and secondly, the market doesn't really function very well and isn't capable of reacting to these crises. And third, one of these crises actually exists right now, and they demonstrate that the market dropped 1,000 points at different points in the last 4 days.
Yeah. Well, the market is always a strange indicator, and like you're saying, like we said yesterday, it's been overinflated for some time, and there's it doesn't respond well to uncertainty. So if everything changed tomorrow, you know what I mean, who knows what's going to happen. So so whatever. I mean, I don't know who all that affects, but I do know I do know that the last half hour where the market shot up, the people talked about a lot on the business news this afternoon.
Right, and the argument that I heard reading some of this was that people had held out till the end of the day for a rally, and that they sold their stuff. They sold their stocks because they know that the price is going to plummet in the next, whatever. Maybe they sold for pride. I don't know. But I didn't see any forecast in Asian markets in the next 2 or 3 days suggesting that this is turning around. And looking at like some of these articles, they're talking about like weaknesses in the economy, but they're actually ignoring the fundamental problem, which is the supply chains actually have been disrupted. So the actual mask that we need, the kits that we need to diagnose it, the ibuprofen that you like, all of these things that we use as part of living in a modern industrial civilized society, whatnot, come from China, and they're shut down. They're not producing those things.
I understand that. And I understand that that's part of the reason that the market is responding the way it is also.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to respond because there's not a solution to it. So what I mean is that a lot of the markets, like bolstering of the economy and saying that it merely is a correction of the economy, which is true. It is just a correction that was due at one point or another. And I'm glad it happened before the election. I'm glad that it happened in the spring instead of next spring after Trump was reelected. So Trump is not going to be able to claim the economy as an accolade when he runs for president. However, that doesn't dismiss the point that they don't have a fucking solution to this. In other words, it isn't a bogeyman. They don't have an answer. And very soon, our healthcare system is going to be overwhelmed, not just in the United States, where everything seems to be fine for us, but for other human beings on Earth.
Well, okay, look, I hear what you're saying. I get it. I don't want to encourage people to somehow buy into that we need to, go into this fucking lockdown fear mode.
I don't know what the answer is, and I'm not saying go into lockdown fear mode.
But that's kind of where people are at with these kind of things is, they kind of have two things. They have, I have my normal level of fear and now my hyper level of fear. And I'm doing my best to try and, get them away from fear as much as possible.
Well, I think that the news and what people should be aware of is what is real, and not overreact to what is real. And in fact, something that is real is real. That doesn't mean that you just go onto Amazon and buy 7 or 8 things that make you more secure when you feel insecure in an insecure world.
Right.
Anyway, I had some good news, though, completely unrelated to the news.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine just gave me a CD of like about 30 different selections of music that he composed that is not copyrighted.
Huh, wow, cool.
And he wanted you to hear to possibly play for intros or extras or outros or in between, however you want. But music specifically that he thought you might appreciate.
Right on, that's awesome. Well,
yeah. Can I send that to you in the mail? It's like really old school. It's like really like from Olympia. It's like a CD.
Yeah,
an A on it.
I'll have Craig call you back and give you address.
All right, thanks, Fox. Anyway, I appreciate your program and all of the callers and different people's insights, and I'll make sure that you get the CD.
Hey, Chris, well, we appreciate you very much here at Mox News and always look forward to your calls. So, and for sure, we're going to be here tomorrow night at 5 p.m. So I hope that we talk to you again soon, okay?
Yeah, and thanks for playing the locust clip yesterday. I really think that's interesting that, like, there's a lot of people who live in East Africa and on the Arabian Peninsula and in Pakistan. Like, Pakistan's like a very populated country, and they a level 1 emergency for locust. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, Pakistan is it's not just it's a really civilized place. There's a lot of highly educated people there, and so it's interesting to see. I don't remember a locust attack or plague or horde hitting Pakistan in the past.
I think there have been locust infestations, but I remember reading, like, in maybe 1962, there was a locust infestation that went from Africa all the way into East Asia, and they can go all the way into China under ideal circumstances. Some people are suggesting that it's because of climate change and warmer temperatures and changing weather that is affecting, like, the super swarm of locusts that people are experiencing in East Africa. But it is causing famine, which is what the BBC clip that you played yesterday was highlighting, is that a lot of people are going to be facing starvation at the exact same time that a virus a pandemic is spreading from east to west.
Yeah, I saw another little clip today, but it was only like 15 seconds long. I will keep my eyes open for more on that because it is interesting. And again, it's just this whole kind of, like you're saying, a pandemic at the same time as this kind of biblical thing going on, So
weird, isn't it?
A little bit. We'll find out. So, I'm sure we'll find out more.
Just
soon.
Like, from the perspective of The Onion, from a satirical perspective, just look at it this way. Easter is rolling around, in late March or early April. Just imagine Donald Trump is visiting Benjamin Netanyahu in the new American embassy in Israel to celebrate Easter when everything breaks down and a holograph of Jesus appears above the city. No? Come on.
You know what? I think maybe a holograph of Donald Trump, Jesus depicted as Donald Trump, something like that. Jesus with gold hair and orange skin. Maybe I could see that.
Projected by American spy satellites created by DARPA from space to a specific location to create the Messiah on Donald Trump's command. Because Donald Trump is really working with the deep state, Mike, and we all know it. We all know it.
Hey, you know what? Anyway, you're either with the deep state or you're against the deep state. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Have a good night, and I look forward to the rest of the callers.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, Chris. Thanks for calling. I look forward to hearing that music, too. I'll have Craig call you soon.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia, and he's got music for us. I love music. Music is one of my favorite things. I absolutely love music. It's one of my favorite things about this planet. It's one of my favorite things about this species. Again, that's one of the things I think that has kept humans going, is this creative nature, this that we all kind of get inspired by the creative nature of humans. And again, that's why this story about the Mecca girl was so important. The story about the Saudi Arabia and YouTube censoring this girl, and basically YouTube squashing her. Here's this beautiful young lady, artist, who's like being recognized by the entire planet, and inspiring so many other young women around the world. and YouTube squashes it. That's how evil YouTube is again. I don't want to overharp this, but you guys, that's about as evil as it gets. You understand what I'm saying? So these are the people that we're dealing with when they do finally kick Mox News away. You can always go to moxnews.com and you'll know where to find me next. So not that I'm feeling the pressure or anything, but again, these are the kind of people that we're dealing with, and apparently it's not going to change. Okay, so, and that last dab was for Jackie Cat, and Jackie Cat brought the grand total of dabs for donations to $20 with her $10 donation, and Wilco's $5 donation, and ND's $5 donation. And I thank you all so very much. If we get to $40, if we get there, I will give away a Mox News t-shirt to the 10th caller. This Mox News t-shirt right here, in fact, I would take and put my finger in this oil right here, not that oil. I would put my finger in this oil and put my fingerprint right there, so you knew it was this t-shirt, but we don't want it to get stopped by the mailman. And we don't want you to get in trouble, and we don't want us to get in trouble. So otherwise, I'd send cookies with it too, if it didn't matter if you got in trouble and I got in trouble and everybody got in trouble. Anyways, but it matters very much. We don't want anybody getting in trouble in a police state. This police state government will ruin your life or do the best to their ability to ruin your life if they get the chance. So, and we don't want to give them that opportunity. You know what it is that I am saying? Again, if we get to $40, we will give away this lovely heavyweight long sleeve embroidered Mox News logo t-shirt, unfair and biased, to the 10th caller. We are at $20 right now. And it's so nice to see you guys. Always so nice to see you guys, because you know, when you hear from Drunk Pete and everything, it's almost like, you know, you're talking to family and he's talking stories about giving his boss gummies, you know, and it just connects so perfectly to this, you know, Bright Side commercial, you know, where he's like talking about how his boss is just like, oh my God, so good. You know, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's because it is so good, because it does make exactly that kind of difference in your life. You know, she had two, and I was like, oh my God, these things are strong, right? 2 gummy bears. Good work, Pete. Keep up the good work, Pete. You are the man. And this is what I'm saying, is this could be in every medicine cabinet around the planet. You know, I don't want to just say in this country, because this medicine has been taken away from all humans around the planet because of the United States. Okay, United States went to the United Nations with their bullshit drug war and said, if you don't make all of these drugs illegal, at the top of the list being cannabis, right now we cut off all aid to all of you foreign countries, all U.S. aid and all United Nations aid, and everybody made cannabis illegal around the world because the United States said so, because the United States are the police of the world, and we have to tell everybody how they're supposed to live. So now their failed drug war has completely screwed South America and Mexico. Mexico's like, we can't do it anymore, man. You know, and that's where we're at. We just can't do this anymore. And that's why we have to have somebody who's at least talking about ending the so-called, as Bernie Sanders would put it, the so-called war on drugs. Because it's not a war on drugs. It's a war on your children. It's a war on your neighbors. It's a war on good, otherwise law-abiding citizens. If it wasn't for these bullshit laws that turn people who are doing what 1,000 generations before them have done, normal human activity, into somehow now being criminalized. And again, for doing the safest substance there is, cannabis could not be a safer substance. For doing the safest substance there is, they fucking kick in your door, shoot your dogs, take your kids away, steal your cars, steal your home, steal your bank account, and throw you in prison for growing flowers. And that's the history of the United States government since the 1970s. And it's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's got to stop. Because what does it get you? It gets you a heroin epidemic. Good plan. Let's keep on with that plan. Right? Because every single law-abiding citizen in this country needs to be babysat every single moment of every single day. Otherwise, they might be shooting heroin. Right? All you guys are going to be shooting heroin. If we legalize heroin tomorrow, you'll all be shooting heroin, and you know it. Fucking Pete will be making gummy bears out of this shit. Right? Isn't that what's going to happen? Fuck. How stupid are the people that support the drug war? I mean, and how afraid are they to believe in the drug in the police state, which has brought us a heroin epidemic? How frightened are they to believe in the police state over the people? Over the obvious thing that the people don't need to be babysat, and they don't like being babysat. They don't want to be babysat. They simply want to fucking have a minute to enjoy. And that's why this bright side cannabis thing is so fucking perfect. You know, I mean, again, you see at the beginning of the commercial, you see the woman looking at the bills and being frustrated or worried, you know, and the older guy is writing something and he's like, oh, my arthritis, you know, and then she's looking out the window like she's afraid to go outside. And then she gets her bright side delivery and she got a big smile on her face. And the next thing you know, she's outside smelling the roses and Grandpa is fucking enjoying breakfast cereal and dancing. It's the truth, and this is what's been kept from us because they don't want us happy. And this is how easy it is, instead of just this fucking never-ending struggle of everyday rat race life, and there not being any kind of fucking escape from it. This is how easy it is to have escape from it. To go, hey, it's cool, man. I'm good. You know, by having a cookie, you know, I'll get through it. I might have a smile on my face too. I might not worry about stuff the way you want me to. I might not buy into your fear, but that's because I don't want to fucking harsh my buzz. I don't want to buy into your fear, you know. If there's something to be afraid of, I'll know, and then I'll be afraid of it. But otherwise, you know, that's not who we're supposed to be. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So, that being said, I can play another clip. Oh, okay, and with that being said, let's play this clip 3 where it talks about the #1 cause of death in Utah is prescription medication. Clip number 3.
Jason Jason Zeman was introduced to opioids 19 years ago when he broke his back in a motorcycle accident. He says his life has been full of ups and downs since then.
Because of my addiction, I've spent over a decade locked up in prison, jail.
The pills never took Jason Zeman's pain away, and the longer he was addicted, Jason says the more he felt shame and guilt.
You'll do anything to get rid of that feeling. It's horrible. I mean, that's the worst feeling I've ever felt.
Never wanting to feel that way again, Jason asked his doctors not to prescribe him any pain pills after his hernia surgery in November.
I wanted to be able to function and have resources to where I didn't have to go back.
That's when doctors offered to let Jason test their new opioid-free surgery program.
We do a targeted injection under the guidance of an ultrasound machine that will find the nerves and then numb up the surgical area.
Using anesthesia to block nerves during surgery or prescribing non-opioid pain medication. Doctors learned over a 2-year period of time that their patients were healing faster and feeling better.
I can click a couple buttons and it tells me what is the distribution of what are the patients taking, what is an average, what is an expectation.
A new app helps doctors and patients keep track of how many pills they're taking. Intermountain has reduced their prescriptions by 7 million in 2 years. A heartening number, knowing overdosing on prescription pills is still the leading cause of death here in Utah. And for Jason, it means living an addiction-free life.
You don't have to worry about going and being able to do something. You become active in all aspects of your own life.
Doctors say the opioid-free surgery program is more expensive inside the hospital right now, but you do have a quicker recovery time. You don't have those pricey post-surgery prescriptions, and they say you feel better.
All right, so I figure that ties into my last rant pretty well. Because, again, this is what our drug war has brought us. This is what cannabis being illegal brings us. And it's these people, I'm not talking about Pete, but these evil people who have told us for generations now, the for-profit medical industrial industry have told us that cannabis has 0 medicinal qualities. And then they fucking are the #1 source of death. The pills, the doctors, these same doctors who will look you in this eye and say marijuana has 0 medicinal qualities, and then they prescribe you these pills that they know is the #1 cause of death in Utah. So it couldn't be more evil than that. It's just like, and I was talking about this the other day, about how I seen this like self-help thing the other day, like a video, and they were talking about how you're not here to change the world. You're here to see the direction the world is going and go with it and make happen what you can by being part of that movement. And I can't do that. I don't think, I told you guys this before too, is that, I have, there's this saying that I always like saying, it's stuck in my head, which is that, one person can have a profound influence on another person, right? And 2 people of like minds can change the world. And I love that saying. It's like, because I have always wanted more than anything was a partner who wanted to go out and make happen anything that we wanted in the world, because we could do, because that's, like I say again and again, you can make happen anything that you can imagine. And and having the backing, 100% backing of somebody that was really there to make it happen with you was always a dream was always my ultimate fantasy, you know. But, you know, well, oh well. Right. It never worked out that way for me. So, but see, that's what I'm saying is that I believe, and as I said, you're the ones that we're waiting for. You have to be the ones to fix this world. I mean, I'm not trying to put it all on you. I'm just saying, you know, in these superhero movies, you know, where the superheroes are like the protectors of the humans, right? The humans are the protectors on this planet. They are the superheroes. They're supposed to be protecting every single species, they're supposed to see the value of every single life. You know how these pro-lifers talk about how every life is precious. Yeah, I believe that too, but not in the way that you do. And that's what I'm saying. That's who we're supposed to be. And imagine that world where we are the people that are not just protecting every little creature on this planet and making sure that they flourish and have everything that they need to be the paradise that this planet once was. And was intended to be. I mean, God, again, we're the smartest, top of the food chain, big brain. We're so impressed with ourselves. Why aren't we making this planet like that? Why isn't anyone presenting that kind of vision for a future? Where we're making the planet green, and and I don't mean making it green by cutting out fucking planes flying around the planet, you know, although I bet we could find a better source of fuel than goddamn petroleum products or fossil fuels. I'm quite certain of that. I'm not saying that when I say make the planet green. I'm saying one of the things that people do from the beginning of our history is that we grow stuff. We're very good at growing stuff, and we could turn the entire planet green. And for whatever reason, that's not on the list, you know. And you know. You know, these wilderness areas that have gotten smaller and smaller, why they're not seen as national treasures that will never come back once they're gone, it is incredibly short-sighted. So I just want to reprioritize everything. And you know, maybe that's why, you know, I don't know. That's why I say the things that I do, I suppose. Hey, Dwayne. All right. So let's play another video. I'm going to play the Brightside video one more time because I love it. And I've been talking about it and stuff, and I'm gonna figure out what I'm playing next. Just a sec.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
I will never get tired of that commercial. Okay, so, and I thought I have a coronavirus update from this evening primetime news where they said that a dog has been diagnosed with coronavirus, and I thought that was a little bit upsetting, honestly. DND. What's DND? What does DND mean? Okay, so coronavirus. Okay, yeah, I wanted to play the coronavirus where the dog got diagnosed so you guys could hear that, because, again, fear. But, you know, we all need to know these things, I suppose. Let's see where we're at. Down to clip 10.
Well, and here at home tonight, there are major questions about testing and why states and major cities have not been equipped with the kits they need to test for coronavirus, especially after learning that first case of community spread. That California woman with no known connection to China, Italy, or any of these hotspots was not tested for days before learning she had coronavirus. So let's get right back to our chief medical editor, Dr. Jen Ashton, with us tonight, because, Jen, we learned that the CDC has now expanded these guidelines. You reported on this last night here, but now we've learned of a key component of that expansion.
And this is good news, David, because as we said last night, they've broadened the list, adding some more countries to the criteria list, but they've also broadened the categories to include unexplained causes of severe pneumonia or respiratory illness. So this would be in a hospitalized patient in an ICU setting. This would have picked up that case much sooner because it would have allowed doctors to test for it. The goal from the CDC, they said it just today, is to have every state and local health department running their own tests by next week. And we have to remind people, though, 80% or more of these cases are mild. Mild cases, but people will be reassured to hear they're ramping this up and quickly, as many believe they should have done. We also know that many prescriptions used by Americans are actually manufactured in China. And tonight the FDA is actually confirming that one drug they're experiencing a shortage of. They haven't revealed what this drug is, which is somewhat alarming. What does that tell you? Well, we expected this because, again, China does control the majority of the world's supply of pharmaceuticals. But there is redundancy in the system, which is good news. So other manufacturers, other countries can pick up the slack for that. And again, not to cause any alarm right now, but make sure that you have a little bit extra if you're taking a prescription medication. A couple of weeks worth of that prescription extra, which takes me to my next question. The weekend is here. Americans will be out and about. And as we've been doing all week, just a bit of a reminder that you should pick up a little extra. And the CDC is now saying that be prepared for 2 weeks of supplies if there should be a disruption coming. Right, and I think 2 weeks is reasonable. Again, think of this as you would a major snowstorm or weather event coming, so you want to pick up a few extra groceries. If you take prescription medications, make sure you have an additional 2-week supply if possible, so you want to contact your healthcare provider about that. Communicate with schools, workplaces to find out what plans they have in place. And David, I think this is important, not just because it's common sense and logistically a good idea, but psychologically it can help put us at ease. Which is exactly what we want to do. Dr. Jen Ashton tonight. Jen, thank you. And one more note tonight. You might have heard that headline about the possible first spread of the virus to a dog. The Hong Kong government tonight ordering pets of coronavirus patients to be quarantined themselves after a dog belonging to an infected person there tested a week positive. The dog didn't show any symptoms, but a swab of its nose and mouth did show signs. It's not clear tonight yet whether the dog was actually infected by a human or whether its mouth or nose came in contact with the virus. Here at home, President Trump late today speaking about the response here in the U.S. as he now heads to a rally tonight. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl now.
President Trump tonight insisted his administration has everything under control.
We're very well organized. We have great talent, great doctors, great everyone.
And he again sought to downplay the threat in the United States.
We haven't lost anybody yet, and hopefully we can keep that intact. There have been no deaths in the United States at all.
But there is bipartisan concern. Republican Senator Thom Tillis wrote a letter today to the Defense Secretary saying, quote, "The global outbreak is concerning and presents an enduring and uncertain threat. The anxieties and concerns I am hearing from our service members and their families are justified." Vice President Mike Pence is now vetting the information that's released to the public. But today, administration experts, including the widely respected Anthony Fauci of the National Institutes of Health, briefed members of Congress.
Dr. Fauci was very pointed in saying, I've not been muzzled. I've not been muzzled. And I took that to mean, I took that to mean he can still speak his mind, and I'm relieved.
So let's get to John Carl. He's live at the White House. John, the president headed to that rally tonight, but the president moments ago also making news on something else, announcing he's going to nominate Texas Congressman John Ratcliffe as his next director of national intelligence. And this is the second time he's tried to nominate Congressman Ratcliffe, is it not?
And, David, the last time he nominated him, which was last summer, Ratcliffe ended up pulling out after facing bipartisan blowback over his lack of national security experience and allegations that he had exaggerated his resume. But Ratcliffe was a prominent defender of the president's during the impeachment proceedings. But I've got to tell you, David, this will be a tough confirmation battle.
All right, John Carl on Friday night. John, thank you. We turn next to the race for 2020 tonight, the South Carolina primary tomorrow, of course, then Super Tuesday. Could Bernie Sanders make the math very difficult to catch up? And how badly does Joe Biden need a major win tomorrow, as the candidates now make the case amid these coronavirus fears that they could better handle this crisis? Terry Moran tonight from South Carolina.
On the eve of the South Carolina primary, the threat of a coronavirus pandemic could be fundamentally changing this presidential campaign, and you could hear it on the campaign trail.
Folks, Trump thought that his upbeat tweets could somehow stop the coronavirus. Well, I have news for Donald Trump. Like the rest of us, this virus is not impressed by his tweets. We need real action in the White House.
President Trump is here holding a rally in North Charleston tonight, and Bernie Sanders is castigating him for it.
You would think that you'd have a president of the United States working with scientists all over the world, bringing people together to figure out how we're going to deal with this crisis.
At the Citadel Military Academy, I caught up with Pete Buttigieg.
Have you thought about the impact that the coronavirus might have on this election?
Well, it certainly raises the stakes and reminds us of the kinds of threats the next president is going to face. My presidency will focus on science, making sure that we are listening to experts, and on coordination.
Mike Bloomberg is arguing he's best prepared to handle just this kind of crisis.
Health experts warn the U.S. is underprepared. Managing a crisis is what Mike Bloomberg does.
So voters going to the polls here tomorrow. Joe Biden looking for a win, needs a win. The polls look good for him. Voters may be taking a second look at an experienced candidate with the coronavirus. But the question for Biden, can he match Bernie Sanders' organization and Mike Bloomberg's money going forward? David?
All right, Terry Moran live in a very beautiful Charleston setting tonight. Terry, thank you.
Okay, so hey everybody, we're back. We have Dwayne from the Great White North on the phone. How are you tonight, Dwayne?
Hey, doing good, buddy. Good, doing good.
It's always nice to hear from you. How's Jane?
She's doing great. She's in the kitchen right now.
Well, excellent. You are a lucky guy.
Oh, for sure, man. For sure, buddy. Hey, you know, like you're asking me there about what Canada's done. I searched the CBC after I got off of work, so that was 8 hours ago. I haven't found anything the Canadian government is doing for me, other than complain about Trump and how he's crashing the U.S. economy. So wait a minute, the Toronto Stock Exchange dropped 800 points today too, you know.
The government, the Canadian government is complaining about Trump, or the CBC is complaining?
Well, there's no difference, really.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you see that. All right.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same with the media here.
I'm trying to figure out. Like, I watched a little bit of Trump's rally tonight in South Carolina, and he was going on about how MSDNC or MSHIV is worse than CNN.
Oh,
I think he's actually right about that, eh?
They're both really horrible. I mean, Rachel Maddow, just before I came on the air, Rachel Maddow had a person on her show, and they were literally saying millions of people are going to die from this. And I was like,
this is crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's
It's disgusting.
what I wanted to share with my friends at Mox News. Here's something I wanted to share with my friends at Mox News. So I listened to Chris, who called in earlier. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, okay? Here's what I wanted to share with him, okay? Because he really seemed paranoid about this thing. And I want to read this. It's from a great book that I have, and I wanted to share just a couple verses, all right?
Sure.
They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands upon the sick, and they shall recover. Okay? Now, from where I'm standing, reading this book right here, it says, they shall take up serpents. The serpent seems like this deadly coronavirus thing.
Isn't there churches that have, like, snakes and stuff, like taking up serpents? Don't they,
Yeah,
like,
but
almost,
they're
isn't there, like,
weird.
isn't there religions almost born out of that verse?
They're taking it literally, okay? These churches are stupid. You don't sit there and have a cobra bite your arm.
Hey, nobody calls your church stupid. Not on this show. Nobody calls your church stupid. Not on this
Yeah,
show.
because we're actually like think about this though. If you think about what this is saying, okay, they shall take up serpents and it shall not harm them.
Uh-huh.
Okay? It doesn't mean to actually stick a cobra on your arm and see if you're going to die from its poison. It means if you're a follower of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, okay, you're following him in your life, then things that are serpents, like a deep state kind of bioweapon that's released on the public, okay, then that kind of a serpent, an evil thing, will not harm you. And that's the way I see this whole coronavirus thing as.
So you're totally protected then, is what you're saying.
Of course I am. I said it at work today. I looked at all these fat women, and I said, listen, like, if you're going to eat pork all day, you're going to get this disease, man. You're going to die.
Well, the pork,
I wasn't fired either, man.
The pork isn't coming from China.
Oh no, but pork's a disgusting thing. Like it's you are what you eat, right? So like when I look at these 300-pound women that are 5 feet 1 inch tall, don't you just see a snout with a big hog snout? You know what I mean? Do you ever see that when you look at these women?
I try not to judge. You know this. I mean, it's like look.
Yeah.
Here, bacon tastes good. What? You never had bacon before?
Of course I did.
Fucking bacon.
Not when I met the real king of the universe, though. Then I stopped. I'll be honest with you. It smells good.
Fucking pork chops taste good.
They smell good. And I'm not going to deny that. And I think that's kind of Satan's hook. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, that is kind of what I was thinking about. It was like, I was listening to Chris on this call. I'm like, oh man, like if he only had Jesus and he knew who his creator was, he wouldn't be. That was a really bummed out call, He just kind of. What are you scared about?
I look, I don't think he's scared. I think he's just trying. He's a very well informed guy, right? He reads a lot. So I think he's just trying to say, this is the most important things that I saw today or whatever, kind of like I do. Like this is.
Well, Trump was right. Don't you think Trump was right? Like,
I think
in a good year, 29,000 Americans die.
I've said this too. I think it would be irresponsible, equated to, yelling fire in a crowded theater if Trump was to say, anything where he spread fear. But I also think that he sounded kind of uninformed, honestly. He seemed to talk repetitive about general things that happen in crisis, as opposed to, what's happening with this crisis. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, and you know what's really crazy? I remember I called into your show maybe 3 weeks ago, and it was the first case in the United States was that person in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen 4,000 people in Seattle dropping dead.
Yeah.
I haven't. Now, can you please let me know, because I might be, my media might be filtered. Maybe I don't actually see it.
Well,
on a show in Seattle here.
Yeah, well, on the Chiron on MSNBC about 30 minutes ago, which Chiron is the border across where they write the letters, it said 2 new cases diagnosed in Washington State. 2.
Of how many million people?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah. Like, okay. And I just think this thing's... Now, don't think I'm not, like, on a crazy plane with you and all your callers here and everyone in the chat. I totally believe this is probably a bioweapon released by the Chinese government, sold to them by the Obama administration. Now, that's because I listened to Alex Jones yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, totally. I got home from work. I'm like, oh, fuck, the world's falling apart. I got to hear Alex Jones. What's his take on it, right?
Uh-huh.
And, it was really interesting because, like, his take on it is pretty interesting. I can totally believe that this is kind of a prep to the big one they're going to release. Because Alex Jones has always said they're going to bring about world government by releasing a pandemic. He's always said that. If you watch Endgame, his major one movie he's got.
Yeah.
If you go into Jesse Ventura's TV show Conspiracy Theory,
mm-hmm.
and just quoting that TV show got me banned off the CBC website.
Well, the CBC, I mean, that's like getting banned off the CNN website. You know what I mean? It's just.
Is that happening to the Yankees all the time?
I think anybody who says anything about anything that they don't want to talk about gets kicked off their shit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. So this is totally crazy what's going on. And you know what? I was trying to call in, you were talking about marijuana stuff, and I was just thinking, this just drives me nuts. Bernie's solution to the black unemployment. Did you hear it the other night in the debate?
Look, here's the deal, is that I think that what he's saying about giving people, black people, a chance to start marijuana businesses. People who start marijuana businesses become millionaires overnight almost. Okay, so if he gives them that opportunity, and he's genuinely not talking about rich people, because that's what the problem with a lot of this business is, and that's the threat of a lot of this business, is that people who are just money grubbers are just going to come into the business and fucking prostitute out our beautiful goddess plant for everything they can. Okay, like people keep saying, oh, the pharmaceutical companies, whatever. I hear it. I understand the threat better than most people. But what I'm saying is, if you were to, like in Ohio, when they legalized, they said only like 6 different people were allowed to open shops in the entire state. So you could open multiple shops, but it was like a monopoly monopoly kind of thing, you know, and it was very fucking like organized crime. And so what Bernie's saying seems like a really, really positive thing to me in that particular case. I wish he'd open it up to hippies too.
Yeah, you know what? And like seriously, here in Ontario, okay, the one town, it's a town. It's full of greenhouses. We make tomatoes. You know, this town's been talked about on David Letterman's show, Leamington, Ontario. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
They got. I'm not scared, but whatever. I live near Leamington. Who cares? But there's greenhouses everywhere. Okay, and it's tomato capital of Canada, of the world, really.
Yeah.
Ask David Letterman.
Yeah.
He knows. And they've got greenhouses, and they've moved the marijuana production into Leamington, Ontario. Okay.
Nice.
And the Ontario government's given away these licenses for all these cities to open a brick and mortar store. Right. That's what's happening in Ontario. And what happened was Leamington itself, a city of 20,000 people, so kind of small town, basically, compared to a lot of American big cities, right? So there's 20,000 people living in Leamington. They didn't even give a brick and mortar store to Leamington.
Yeah.
The actual hub of the entire business here in Ontario of growing this stuff, they didn't even give a contract to a brick and mortar store in Leamington itself. Terrible.
They need to loosen a lot of the restrictions on the the herb in Canada a little bit more, a lot more.
They're gonna.
Yeah.
I support the Ontario government. I really do. They're conservatives. They're not like the last freak that put windmills all along our shorelines and made the Great Lakes look disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's opening it up because now he's just said it's a free for all. Let us figure it out. And last time he said let us figure it out, it took him 8 months. He figured it out. So I kind of think that's the way Ontario is going now. Now, here's one thing I want to know from you when you're talking about, everyone's going to be a heroin addict if you don't, legalize weed. Let me ask you something, Mike, okay?
No, what I said is this is what the drug war has brought us, Dwayne. It's brought us a heroin epidemic.
Well, what's a drug, okay? I took a really high-level university course called Natural Chemicals in the Environment, okay? I took this course. It's called Natural Chemicals in the Environment, all right? And marijuana was 21st on a list of chemicals in the environment for addictive, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
21st on a list. Number one, guess what that was? Heroin. Number two, guess what that was? Nicotine.
Yeah, I would have thought
21st on that list.
I would have thought nicotine was number one.
I'd have thought so too, actually.
Where was alcohol? Where was alcohol?
Quit those fucking things.
Where was alcohol, Dwayne?
What's that?
Where was alcohol on the list?
Well, it's not a natural chemical in the environment. They're talking about plants and freaking, So it was a really interesting course I did. But here's what I want to ask you about, all right, personally, because I get the whole marijuana issue. And you know what? Whatever. Heroin is a natural chemical, too. Totally. Codeine as well. Cocaine. Man. What happens when you get into these bathtub-made drugs like meth and bathtub, mixes like fentanyl and all this stuff?
Well, number one, nobody's going to want that stuff if they can go to the party store. Okay, and the truth is the reason that those drugs are so popular now is because marijuana has been made illegal instead of a simple, safe choice for the people. A big part of the reason that those drugs are so popular is because marijuana is illegal, and you realize real quick, if you have this option for a safe drug, I came to the realization realization when I was at this girl's birthday party. At this girl's birthday party that I was really trying to impress, and I wound up drinking too much tequila, and I fucking puked all over her bathroom. I realized that I don't want to do drugs like that anymore, you know, and I think that people probably have a lot of experiences like that with meth and with heroin. Because it's a similar level of intensity of drug. Alcohol is an incredibly powerful drug. So what I'm saying is I came to the realization I just want to do drugs that I want to do, and that primarily is marijuana, you know, and that's go ahead.
Yeah.
And if it's readily, and what I'm saying is if it's
the problem is you end up with people who are meth addicts that want to do meth because that's their drug.
And here's the deal, Dwayne. If it's illegal, then those people have to hide in the shadows, and they never ever get help. Okay?
No, I think their black teeth are out in public all the time.
No, there's a lot more meth addicts and cocaine and all these other people that you know, heroin users, pill poppers, all these people that are addicted, and they don't all have black teeth, Dwayne.
But by pill poppers, you mean middle-aged factory-working women, right?
I mean all kinds of people that are addicted to all kinds of pills. And I mean, I just played a video that said Utah, the #1 cause of death is pharmaceutical drugs.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't even know what Percocets are. Look, seriously, I'm a very...
It's like, you know what a Vicodin is?
No.
Okay, well, it's like a Vicodin, only stronger, I think.
Okay, there's just tons of people, especially women, middle-aged women, that are just addicted to this stuff like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is very addictive stuff, and this is what I'm saying is that if you have a safe choice to make, if you can eat a cookie in the morning and go about your day with a smile on your face, you're not going to take any one of these fucking supplements that they tell you you need in order to be healthy and blah, 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 blah. And you're not going to take a whole bunch of pharmaceutical drugs that help you fucking sleep, to help your appetite, to help you fucking keep a smile on your face or keep you moving forward or whatever it is you need help with. You're going to have a cookie in the fucking morning. And you're not going to go, oh, you know what? I want to shoot heroin today, Dwayne. You know this, man. So I'm just saying that this is 90% of the reason that we have this problem. Is it because, like I said, the marijuana being made illegal is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, crime against humanity of all time.
Well, how many states is it still actually illegal? Now, hang on. What's the show, Jane? PD Live or something?
Uh-huh.
We were watching a lot of that on YouTube, A&E, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know, like in Texas, man, they beat you up for a roach of weed. Now, how many states is it legal for marijuana? I'm not talking about fucking anything else. I'm just talking about weed.
Yeah, well, I think not counting medical, I think it's up to like 12 states.
For recreational, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Because it's pretty much, you know what? And 15 years ago in Ontario, it wasn't per se legal, but like, look, I have family members who are police officers. They never arrested anybody for personal marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen shops in BC where people just tourists walk in and get hooked up, no problem. So,
I smoked a big fatty next to my aunt, man, at a concert, and she didn't, beat me up and put me on the ground and put a gun in my head and say, "Give me the fucking weed now." Like, no, like. She was all right. She was all right. It seems like it's more accepted here in Canada, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's just a bunch of big, dumb, roided cops in the United States that have a problem and just want to beat people up for something. But
That's what they've been programmed to do for a long time. Like you said, Texas, man. This is what you saw. You talk about them getting beat up for a roach or whatever. They will fucking ruin. This is what I keep saying: is they will ruin your child's future for a fucking, a flower in a bag, man.
Yeah,
for a joint.
I get you, man. I get you.
And how ugly is that? How uncaring is it? How evil is that? And again, it's the safest substance there. It's safer than water. It's safer than aspirin. So I don't understand. I do understand, but
I don't think it's safer than water.
Sure, water kills a lot of people, Dwayne.
Well, if you poo in it first, but if you
water kills a lot of people, Dwayne.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? You can't really die of an overdose of water, and you can't.
Yes, you can. You can very much die from an overdose of water. You look it up.
Wouldn't you just fall asleep? Wouldn't you just have to pee a lot, man? Like seriously, come on, you can't do it.
I've heard of it before. I've seen news stories of it happen, and I'm sure I've seen news stories about people dying because they had too much water, Dwayne.
I don't know. I'd have to see the proof of that. But you know what, Mike? Hey, I just thought I'd call in because I just felt the need to, because he really kind of freaked out, and I'm like, look, I'll be totally honest with you, I don't have to worry about this thing, this virus coming from Corona beer. I don't have to worry about this, because you know what, if you have Jesus, you don't have to worry about it, and that's why I called in. And maybe, probably Chris ain't going to listen to that.
Well, then you don't have to worry about anything if you have Jesus, right, is what you're saying.
Well, no, I still have to worry about persecution. And things like that, a bunch of fags are going to hunt me down someday.
Why would the homos hunt you down, Dwayne? They're going to change you?
They're very, very mean people, man. I just had to call in and say, look, I've told you this before. Remember I called in when, Trump killed that Soleimani guy. I called in and I said, it's not World War III. You remember? All right, it's not World War III. Get a grip, people. It's not that bad. And you know what? Perhaps maybe that is my faith in Jesus coming through, because I don't have to worry about these silly things that are for silly people, I guess, and silly arguments that make no sense. I get it. It's probably a bioweapon released by somebody, I don't know who, to do what, I don't know, probably to kill as many people as they can. That's something I don't have to worry about being killed by. Neither does my wife, neither do my children, and I just had to call in, man, and say that, and say, look, I agree with your marijuana statements. I've always have. I don't think that should be a felony for smoking a joint and getting caught behind some church or something in a bush.
Well, it shouldn't be ruining people's lives, anymore. It just shouldn't be ruining people's lives. And it's not that, Dwayne. It's that in the states where they have legalized marijuana, even just medicinally, overdose deaths go down. So, this is a really important, integral part of being human. And
it's really actually what you're actually saying. This is really weird. I'm going to take kind of another side to it. What you're actually saying is marijuana is actually the gateway drug.
It is the gateway. It's the gateway. It's the gateway out. If you want to quit smoking, it's the gateway away from quitting smoking.
That never happened. I had to smoke as many cigarettes as I would joints.
If you wanted to quit smoking cigarettes now, you could easily change it for marijuana.
Yeah, I gave up marijuana, no problem, and I can't ditch cigarettes.
You could if you replaced it with the cigarettes with the marijuana, you could give up the cigarettes.
See, I ended up in a problem where once I smoke a joint, I just keep wanting to smoke cigarettes over and over and over again.
Well, again, this is why you get like this is kind of a vape thing where you can take a puff instead of having to have this thing where you have to keep smoking and keep smoking. You can take a puff, and then if you want another puff, you take another puff, and then you go back because you're trying not to smoke as much. And of course, you're getting a different kind of experiencing from taking the puff. So if you just take one puff off your vape and then you go back to work, you'll go, what was it I was thinking before? Instead of I gotta have a cigarette, I gotta have a cigarette, I gotta have a cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm down from 25 cigarettes a day to about 15 now.
Well, congratulations.
I'm fighting it, man, because you know what? Like, I am, man.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm thinking about taking the patch and all that stuff. And
again, Dwayne, if you just get yourself a little vape with some good fucking oil, you don't need a patch, man. You just need, this is the gateway. Again, it's the gateway off cigarettes, it's the gateway off alcohol, it's the gateway off any of these pills, including antidepressants, which they will tell you you now have to take forever. Okay?
I wouldn't take that shit. I certainly wouldn't go from cigarettes to antidepressants.
No, I'm not suggesting that you do.
No. I'm saying
it is the gateway. I agree with you. And I'm just letting you know that it will work for all these substances to any, so many different issues. And again, that's the reason why there's this epidemic. Because people can't get off the shit. But if marijuana was readily available, then they'd be able to go, oh, well, I can have some of this. And that's how people get off heroin, Dwayne, is they just fucking eat as much. Well, like I say, eat as much marijuana as you can. Eat as much marijuana as you can. You'll be fine in a couple months. Don't worry.
I was smoking half an ounce a week, and I was able to just quit marijuana like that.
Yeah.
And like, seriously, after half an ounce a week for probably 10 years, 15 years, and I was spending $120 a week on this stuff.
Yeah.
And I was able to just give it up like that and not even care. But cigarettes, man, holy fuck, I don't get it. So, although I do get it after I, like I told you, I took that course where nicotine and heroin are number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And and marijuana is like 21 out of all the drugs in the natural world that have addictive personalities behind them, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's just easy to kick, man. It's not a thing. It's not like these other things where you become like I'm not gonna be able to fucking do anything for months because my fucking brain is just broken on this fucking shit, But I mean, marijuana, look at me, I come out here, I take the fucking fattest dabs ever, and I'm fucking whatever you want to talk about, we got no problem talking about it,
Oh yeah. So. You know what, man? I love calling you. I love talking to you, man. You're like a really good friend of me already. I call you friend.
Dwayne, I just want to give you a hard time, but I know not to because you're a friend.
I know, and you know what? I call you up and I throw shit at you all the time like crazy. It's awesome, man. I love it. You got an answer to everything, and it's a real one, and I like it. And sometimes I call in to bitch about a call or people in a chat or something. And Wilco, you have no right saying something like that about disrespecting Yah's temple with cigarettes, Dwayne, when you don't believe a thing in that book anyways. That's something I've wanted to say that on your show so many times.
But the point is...
People talking about the Bible that know nothing about it.
But the point is, Dwayne, that if you were using cannabis, you wouldn't be disrespecting the temple.
I don't know about that.
I do. Look it up in your fucking book, Dwayne. It's right there, man.
There's a church here in Ontario. They're in Kitchener, Ontario. I think they're called the Church of God or something. And they say that marijuana was the tree of life. And I'm like, no. And okay, they're all 65-year-old guys that walk around with canes, have monster beards down to their knees. Not bigger than yours, Mike. Bigger than yours. Like,
they sound awesome. I have seeds called the tree of life, Dwayne.
I get that, Mike. I get that. Hey, I love calling your show, and you know what? I just tuned in, and I really enjoyed this show tonight. And I'm going to stay on for a little while and crash with my wife probably in a half hour or so, but I'm enjoying it because, you know what? I get up in the morning, I check YouTube before I go to work, I'm like, holy fuck, Mike was on for like 4.5 hours, man.
Yeah.
Wow, you're doing some awesome shows.
I'm trying to get it a little more condensed, but I don't want to cut people off, and people have a lot to say, so.
Yeah, they do. And you're actually doing a really good service. And as soon as I can, I'm going to pitch in again and buy you a pizza. Thank you, Mike, for all that you're doing, and keep up the great work, buddy, because I'm telling you, I appreciate it, and I absolutely appreciate it.
I know you do, Dwayne. I know you do.
A moron like me, and morons all over the country, and you got a chat room full of morons, and I just really appreciate communicating with all the morons, and it's just really awesome. I actually, I'm being a dink. I actually respect every single person that I've had contacts with in your chat room. I respect you a lot. I really do. And
I know, Dwayne. And I'm always glad to hear from you. So thanks a lot for calling, and I hope you have a great weekend, man.
Thank you. You as well, and take care, buddy. Bye.
All right, we'll be here tomorrow night if you want to tune in. Tomorrow night, 5 p.m.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Awesome. After dark?
Tomorrow night at 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Pacific?
Yeah, we're doing the results from the South Carolina primary.
Joe Biden's going to win that.
I don't think so. We'll find out soon. Tomorrow night.
Or he's finished.
Tomorrow, all right. That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow night we'll find out, man.
10%. He's got to win it by more than 10% if he's finished, because Bernie's leading in California and Texas by double digits.
Yep.
So, but you know what? I watched Trump's rally, part of Trump's rally tonight, and I saw Lindsey and Tim Scott go up on stage. Man, look, South Carolina is obviously Republican, so
whatever.
Yeah.
But we're talking about Joe. We're talking about Joe Biden's death. That's what matters.
Oh, you know what? And fucking that bitch old Pocahontas. She's got to get out of there.
She'll be gone soon. She'll be gone by Tuesday.
And do you think? All right, Pete's probably going to stay in it. I think
He's going to try and stay in it. We'll see.
Yeah, because I guess he can say he won the one caucus that didn't count.
That was full of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the one they stole from Bernie. All right, hey Mike, have a great show, and all right. You take care, and cheers, buddy.
Tell Jane Mike says hi.
I will.
All right,
take care.
Bye, Dwayne. That's our buddy Dwayne from the Great White North, and I have another video for you. I'm going to play real quick. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, addressing the media after they had been discussing the situation in Syria. Of course, Turkey has lost 33 soldiers in Syria. They'd requested a NATO meeting. Jens Stoltenberg saying that NATO expresses its deepest condolences to Turkey. They also said NATO allies had promised full solidarity with Turkey. Let's check back in with Hashim Al-Bara. He's following this story for us on Turkey's border with Syria. Hashim, we heard there from Jens Stoltenberg offering a lot of support, sympathy, condolences. But in practical terms, what do you think? Do you think Turkey will be happy with the outcome of that meeting?
No, I don't think so, Hala, for different reasons. Now, the Turkish government has been saying in the past they want not only words of sympathy or solidarity from the EU and NATO in particular, they want action. Because this is how they see what happened. And this is why, since yesterday, all the statements from the Turkish government, if you read in between the lines, there is this feeling of being betrayed by the EU and NATO in particular. They say we have committed troops inside Syria, particularly in Idlib province, and we wanted support from the Americans and NATO, and that didn't happen. And they find themselves in an extremely delicate situation. They say that the reason we interfered because we saw the pattern where the Russians and the Syrian government were targeting civilian areas, pushing all those civilians into our country, where we might end up having an extra 4 million people inside Turkey. For the time being, there's almost 3 million Turkish civilian refugees in camps here on the border with Syria. And throughout the time, they were asking the EU, the NATO and the US for robust presence, for more of a commitment to provide significant military assistance to the Turkish government, or at least to enforce a way out of the crisis in Syria. And they say, the Turkish government says, that they haven't seen that coming from NATO or from the EU. And I think this is just going to further exacerbate that sense of betrayal that the Turkish government feels about what happened yesterday. I don't see those words from Stoltenberg appeasing the morale here in Turkey about what happened yesterday.
Okay, Hashim Al-Bara bringing us all the latest from the Turkish-Syria border. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so, and that's a really actually very important story, what's going on in Turkey and Syria, because that could expand really quickly. And you know, you got to wonder what's going on with the people, with the you know, the military and the outbreak in Iran, right? In Iran, the fucking coronavirus going crazy. You have all these fucking refugees from Syria. You know, I mean, it's just could turn so ugly there. So we have to pay attention and hope for the best. Okay, so, and I have a story about violence in the West Bank. If anybody wants to call, the Do Not Disturb is off the phone now. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. That's 805 Mox News. And I have a story about West Bank violence. I have a story about Saudi Arabia is banning pilgrims from coming to Mecca. And have a fucking tiger video, because this is what we used to have to deal with. You know, this is the fear that there was before. What do you mean there's a fucking tiger? I don't see a fucking tiger. Fucking tiger! Don't deal with the fear. Don't buy into the... That kid's got no fear. He's like, ah! Fucking tiger video. Got that one. So I have 2 videos left. I will play them momentarily as soon as I make sure that no one wants to call, or we are doing dabs for donations on Fridays, and on Fridays we do dabs for donations, which means if you kick down a donation, I will do a dab in your honor. And if we get to $40 in donations, we will give away this lovely Mox News t-shirt, of which there are only 2 left. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Oops. I wonder what's happening with the phone here. Something's happening with the phone here. Hello, caller.
Sorry about that. I couldn't get my voice thing working. How you doing this morning, Ethan?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good.
What's
going on stream?
What is that?
You have an stream going on. I like it a lot.
Oh, right on. Well, thanks very much. Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Ontario, Canada.
Nice. Well, I love my Canadian brothers and sisters. We have a lot of Canadian viewers on Mox News, and I've always been glad that they're around. So, are you watching the election, or what's on your mind?
I watched it a little bit. So my parents watching it. I don't know. We're in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And we're watching it for some reason. I really don't know why, but yeah.
I think Trump has everybody watching what's going on in America. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is John.
John. Hey, John. It's good to. Are you your first time caller, huh?
Yeah.
Have you watched? I have like 10,000 videos on this YouTube page, almost 11,000 videos. Have you watched? Have you been a long time Mox viewer? Or?
No, I just found this and I decided to call in and just talk a little bit.
Right on. So, well, what's on your what is it that interests you that's in the news, John?
Yeah, it's just politics. Not that great right now, especially with all the stuff going on around and some of the terrorist attacks. It's just not going well.
What terrorist attacks are those?
A little, like maybe a month ago, there was a plane taken down in the Ukraine, and actually full of some of my Canadian fellows going to Israel, I believe. I don't know how they managed to get over the Ukraine, but they did. And it got shot down, and there was a few people in there, Maxie, stuff like that. She was a good person.
Okay. Well, so, and we don't see a lot. I think I saw something about that a couple nights ago, like it's, no, it might have been something else. But so yeah, there's not a lot of talk about that in the news.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Yeah.
You figured there was over 100 people that died, and a few big names like Maxie herself. She had a pretty big YouTube channel. She did. She was an animator, 3D animator. But it just didn't seem to get a lot of, knowledge and recognition in the news. But it was a pretty big terrorist attack.
Was that like, was it a bomb or something on the plane?
No, the plane got shot down from the ground.
Oh. That's messed up, man.
Yeah, that's real messed up.
Well,
I knew that Maxie person that died, and it was real sad.
Yeah.
He was such a talented person.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible when, just when lives are cut short like that for such a fucking bullshit reason, it's always horrible.
Yeah, man. Real sucks. It really sucks.
Yeah. Well, anything else on your mind?
Not really, no.
Well, tell me, are you enjoying Canada's newfound legalization of cannabis?
I'm not of age to do that yet.
Okay. Well, anyways, I appreciate you calling. I hope that you check out the shows more often and that we hear back from you soon, okay?
Yeah, alright, fuck niggers. All right, but not.
And that's unfortunate. But anyways, so, and I was worried that it was going to end that way. For whatever reason, it's really, I think you can hear it in their voice is coming. You know what I mean? At least I can hear it in their voice. So I think we should let's see if there's another caller. Again, we're doodads for donations on Friday nights. We are up to $20 in donations, thanks to Jackie Cat and Wilco and ND. And if we get to $40, we're giving away a Mox News long sleeve, heavyweight, embroidered t-shirt to the 10th caller. Collector, Dimension Collector, because there's only 2 left, and there will not be more long sleeve t-shirts. Well, there might be. I guess we're building a store or something, so it would make sense that there would be long sleeve t-shirts in a store. but I don't know if they'll be embroidered or not. So, and everybody who's got one loves it. If, again, dabs for donations, you kick down for a dab. I will take a dab in your honor. And then, if we get to $40, we will give away a t-shirt to the 10th caller, which is always fun, because we've done this a couple of times. And it has, in my opinion, it's always been very exciting. But all of this is very exciting for me. I actually really, really, really enjoy doing this with you all. I look forward to it. I'm trying to do a good job, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your time. I look forward to connecting with you on a level, and maybe one day having something really big and exciting going on. Not that that's the purpose of this. I mean, the purpose is to try and reach out to as many people as we can and see if we can make something cool happen. That's what I do. I try and make something cool happen, because it's better than not making cool shit happen. That's my motto. All right, that's a gobber. I don't want to do a bigger one than that. So, if anybody, can you see it sparkle? Come on, baby, make it sparkle. Ooh, it's so sparkly. Yeah, that's good enough. If anybody wants me to do a dab for them, kick down donation, I will be happy to fire that baby up. That's the next one we got going. Otherwise, I have another clip left. I have West Bank violence and Saudi Arabia bans pilgrims. I will, since no one's calling, and the do not disturb is off the phone if you want to call. The number's 206. Violence and Saudi Arabia bans pilgrims. I will, since no one's calling, and the do not disturb is off the phone if you want to call. The number's 2. Hello, caller.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's terrific. Okay. Mike, so I am probably one of the most square callers you've ever had. And, however, I moved to Seattle 23 years ago, and I've been watching you on the Scan and whatever it was called before Scan, I believe. And then I went through the I think it was Ann Suter years. I think that was her name.
Ann Scooter.
Yeah, yep. And I survived that with you, and so anyway, like I said, square kind of personality. I've got normal family, normal home, normal job, normal kids, but I've always been a fan. And tonight I finally nutted up and had enough balls to give you a call, tell you how much I appreciate you. So I've enjoyed finding you on the internet now, and I like what you're doing here. I've popped in and out from time to time, and really enjoyed your theme. And like I said, so being a little bit square, I tend to land on write-in candidates for the elections.
Yeah.
I can't find anybody on either side that fits me best.
Yeah, I hear that. I don't think that's square at all. But
okay.
I mean, that's how in this representative government, I myself have never felt represented, which is so sad, so.
Yeah.
And because there's no and I blame the two-party system. It's this, it's like this is what we, believe in, and this is what we believe in, and it's just I think it's just the same different sides of the same coin, just talking to different suckers, So
right on, yeah.
So I get the write-in candidate thing for sure.
Yep. And the videos you've shown tonight are the same ones that appeal to my wife and I. So we're on board with that, the Gabbard videos and things. So yeah, it's just it's been a great experience. You're really a level setter for the Seattle area, and we really appreciate what you do. And like I said, 23 years of appreciation I've had, and so I wanted to I don't know, I just wanted to commend you for what you're doing, and you really bring really bring something special, and now you're going bigger. I mean, I hear all these Ontario callers and everything, and you're making big waves. So.
Well, and I mean, my heart's always been in the right place, and I've been a pretty darn consistent person, I think, in that 23 years, right?
Right on.
Don't you think? I mean,
oh, absolutely, and I only wish we could see more porn.
Well, there's plenty of that to see already. It's not like
right on.
You know what I mean?
No,
you know what I mean? There wasn't plenty. If that's what I was doing now, it wouldn't be the same. You know?
Right.
It's just everywhere. And at the time when I was doing that, it was like the high watermark for free speech in this country.
Absolutely, I love how you push the boundaries, and even what you're doing now. So, and I'm, my wife and I aren't, we're not like straight up cannabis smokers or anything like that, but we love our edibles on Monday nights, and chill out, and so you definitely promote, and you're part of the reason that things are getting legalized elsewhere.
And
I believe that.
And I pushed for it forever. And I mean, and on YouTube, I mean, I've posted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos about the legalization movement. So it's like I said, I've been very consistent. It's always been about freedom for me, though. It's always been about freedom for everyone, and because that's what freedom should be about, for everyone. It's I think I've made at least a little bit of difference here and there, and I don't think a guy can ask for a whole lot more than that, I guess.
Right on. So, as I'm I guess I'm kind of getting towards some of our best friends in the area too are completely in line, and I think you're just a leader in that realm. So I don't know, just keep doing what you're doing, and I'm going to be a contributor, and I'm thrilled to find you online, because it was a while, and I kind of spooked in and out here and there, but I think I'm gonna be around a while and keep watching, and you're doing great.
Right on. Thank you very much, because I've been this week I've been a little bit like I don't know if I'm doing the show too much, or if I'm wasting people's time and stuff. So I really appreciate that, and any kind of pizza money helps very much.
Right on. Yeah, and your energy has been fantastic. I had to look you up. I had to find out you're 6 years older than me, and so I'm. You're looking good, buddy. You're hanging in there, and you're doing well.
Thank you. Hey, what's your name?
My name is Scott.
Hey, Scott. Well, it's good to hear from you. And this week we're doing the show every Monday through Friday, and this week we're doing Saturday to cover the primary at 5 p.m. And I look forward to you being part of the show sometime in the not too distant future again. Okay.
Fantastic. It took me 23 years to call. It won't take me so long to call again.
I hope not.
All right. Take care, buddy. Thank you for all you do.
Okay, Scott. It's good to hear from you. Thank you, too.
Okay. Bye.
And that's Scott from the Seattle area, who has been a fan of mine long before anyone ever thought of YouTube. Which is what I keep telling you guys, is that in Seattle, I'm a pretty well-known individual. It's always because I was standing up for freedom. In those 23 years, that's what I've done every single day. Because I can't think of anything more honorable to do than to fight for freedom. And that's what that's what I'm going to continue to do, and that's what your donations help make happen. The only reason I'm still here is because of good people who have given something back to Mox News, and because of that, I've been able to build these amazing archives of video. On this YouTube page, there are nearly 11,000 videos. I've posted over 60,000 videos on YouTube, and building these archives of videos that are of value to all humanity. And then, of course, YouTube squashes them because Google doesn't like things that are of value to all humanity, especially not making them any money. Stupid Google. All right, so that being said, I have more videos. Let me make sure that we don't need to take a dab here. Nope, not a dab. We don't have a dab coming up. Michael Bravo. Oh. Let me see. Hey, Michael, the Do Not Disturb was on the phone. So if you can hear me, Mr. Bravo, please call back again. Mr. Bravo? If you can hear me, the Do Not Disturb was on the phone when you were calling. That's not Mr. Bravo. Hello, caller.
Hello. So I tried to call.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was Mr. Bravo. Mr. Bravo, what happened, sir? I saw your number on there, so I hung up on the other person so I could talk to you, because I could tell the other person was going to do that stupid thing that I hate it when they do. Hello, caller.
Hey.
Mr. Bravo.
Hey. Have you heard the good news from our Lord and Savior, Gluthu?
Lord and Savior who? Gluthu. Is that the one from Ghostbusters?
No, he's the octopus god from H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, no. Okay, Lovecraft. Yeah, Lovecraft was a motherfucking freak, dude. And that guy saw some shit. He was not writing science fiction.
Well, I think he ate drugs or something. I don't know what
he saw some shit. I'll tell you that right now.
No, that was a good call. I bet that made you feel good, that the guy that just called us, the rectangular guy.
It's nice to catch up with people who have been around a long, long time and not had a chance to catch up. So, yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, well, every time that happens to me, it makes me feel good. So you must be glowing right now.
I honestly, like I said, I go places and people say, Mike, and I go, yes, and I go, how are you? Oh my God, it's you! So, I mean, that's been my life for a long, long time.
Yeah, well, that's cool. It's good to see. It's good to hear. And Jesus is my Lord and Savior, so I can smoke Ebola every day, and nothing will happen to me.
Well, you can smoke a bowl either way, and nothing's going to happen to you.
No, Ebola.
Smoke Ebola. I wouldn't recommend that. But I'm glad to hear that you have Jesus on your side. So I ran 26 red lights in his honor.
Jesus on my side. Jesus on my side. I love you, Dwayne. Jesus loves you, Dwayne.
Dwayne knows that. You don't need to tell Dwayne that.
Okay. I didn't say that, Dwayne.
So, are you prepping now?
Yeah, I'm working every day. Got a bunch of plants going and getting mamas going.
Oh, really? Wow, cool.
Yeah. Shit, man, I got so much work here. I got fucking bougainvillea to cut down.
Are you going to grow 200 plants again?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy, man. What do you do with all that weed?
You know. I do stuff with it. I do
stuff.
Just normal stuff, but it's addictive, you know, so it's a gateway drug, so I try to keep it all on the down low, man.
Yeah, man, you get addicted to, everybody's going to get addicted to rubbing that shit on their feet.
You know, I think cheese is probably more addictive than marijuana. I don't think marijuana is addictive at all. Not even a bit. Not even a little bit.
Man, could you imagine him anointing Jesus with your cannabis oil?
Well, technically, Jesus had a much better anointing oil because he mixed it with frankincense and camembert and raspberry and other great essential oils. And so camembert oil is really hard to come by, and frankincense is very expensive. So I think Jesus had better oil than me, actually, technically.
Well, yours sounds pretty fucking good.
Mine is pretty fucking good. If it soaks in through my feet and I get all loopy, then you know it's pretty fucking good.
It sounds pretty fucking good.
I put some on my face today before I went out and worked, and just for the hell of it. But I got so much of it that might as well do something. It's good for your skin, you know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but no, I just smoke it. My oven's still broken, so I'm thinking, what the fuck, man? Everybody's eating oil. Why aren't I eating oil? So I suppose I could just put a little dab on my tongue, but that's not very scientific, you know.
Well, Pete makes your stove work?
No, it's still broken.
Oh, the stove doesn't work either, huh? I thought your stove worked, but not your oven.
Oh, yeah, the stove top works. It's just the oven that doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah, well, Pete makes...
Gummy bear.
Yeah, I don't think you need to have oven for that.
Well, you know, there's probably some type of stovetop fucking brownie stuff.
Oh, you know what I used to make was Rice Krispie treats. You don't need a stove. You don't need an oven for that.
Huh. Well, I'll figure something out. It's just I'm not eating it, and maybe if I followed your advice and I just ate a really moderate amount every day, small amount every day, then I would just get used to it and get in the groove. But I actually enjoy the initial stimulus of smoking it, because it kind of makes me want to go out and do things, you know. It energizes me.
Right on.
Or maybe it's the espresso, but anyways, espresso...
It goes really nice with coffee, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, man. I mean, I like it. That's my morning ritual, is a little coffee, a little espresso, a little weed, a couple cigarettes, and I'm out the door, and I'm working in the sunshine, and the birds are singing, and the weather is great. I don't know about up there, but down here, man, it's fucking 75 every day. It's perfect weather.
Well, it's perfect weather here, but it's like 47, 50.
Yeah, well.
That's perfect. You know. That's perfect. To me, that's perfect. Anything hotter than that, I'm going to get kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, when the ambient temperature in the air around your body reaches 98.6 degrees, your body gets energized. If you're some type of an athlete, you know, that's the time when you got to really start drinking water and you know, get your heart rate up and your body is energized, and then you smoke a little weed, and you know, every time you take a couple hits of weed, you get energized for another 20 minutes. So that's why Schwarzenegger would always be smoking weed when he's working out and all that shit. You know, the initial stage is a stimulant, and then after that you kind of come down and you
also after that though, it also gives you kind of a pain thing. So if you are working out, like I understand a lot of marathon runners are using it.
Yeah, you know, I don't see any problem with athletes using marijuana.
We just said it was a stimulant. I mean, that's the thing. They don't. That's the way that I've seen.
Well, if that's the test, then they shouldn't be drinking coffee before they go on their 20-mile bike ride. You know, it's like coffee's a stimulant. You know, so weed is it's a natural drug for human beings, and as far as enhancement goes, I don't think it's not like what do they call them, steroids or speed or anything like that. Weed should be legal for athletes. You know, tennis players, marathon runners. Who's the guy with no nuts that got busted out of the? He had testicular cancer and he won the
Lance Armstrong.
Right, Lance Armstrong. He tested positive for steroids, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And
growth hormone. It's a growth hormone. They all take that fucking growth hormone shit. It's supposed to be like fucking ecstasy.
But it's just my opinion that if you're an athlete, you should be allowed to smoke weed. And then you know what would happen? Would all these weed doctors, all these experts be coming in with these extra special strains, and they'd be the marijuana coaches for this professional athlete class, and you know, well, you got to smoke it 12 minutes before you get on the ring, or before you you know, start playing tennis or whatever. And you know, there is a science to it, but as far as it being such a powerful stimulant so that it should be banned, I think it should be the athlete's choice whether they smoke weed or not. You know, and nobody should make a big deal.
It should be the athlete's choice, and the reason is because it helps the body and the mind heal. Okay, like I said last night, you know, the U.S. government owns a patent on cannabis, and it's because of its rejuvenative qualities for the brain. And these people like the NFL guys who are having these like concussions and shit like that. This is the most important substance they could possibly be taking because it helps to protect the brain. Go ahead.
What specifically does it do? Does it increase some kind of membrane thickness or something like that?
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is like there's cannabinoid receptors all across the top of the brain, all throughout the brain. There's cannabinoid receptors, and you know the easiest way to cannabinoids is cannabis, but the cannabinoid receptors. They actually go through all out the bodies, and we've had this discussion before where you know apparently every living creature on the planet has an endocannabinoid system, including fucking fish. So
any animal with a skeleton or a spinal cord, I think.
Yeah. So. You know, the cannabis is obviously integral to health of humans. I guess everybody,
and that's why you got all these really straight people like Bloomberg and Joe Biden and all the
Trump,
weird psychopathic dumb fucks who don't smoke weed. That's why they think it's okay to destroy the planet, because their brains are not natural. That's what's wrong with them.
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
Smoke a little weed, they would fall into the groove of being a human being and probably gain a little bit of empathy for the rest of the human beings and the animals. Don't forget the animals. And they would kind of become more similar to us instead of being the vampire elite. You know, that's what Bloomberg and Biden are, and is the vampire elite. You know, they got no connection with the human spirit. You're not going to, even George Bush, as fucked up as he is, at least he's painting. At least he's painting Iraqi kids now, on canvas, trying to rid himself of all the guilt of the millions of people he killed because he's such a unnatural person.
He's probably haunted by these ghosts, and that's how he fucking frees them, is by making a painting of the fucking child that he killed. And now they can
think about, if everybody who's listening thinks about all the really square people they know who are rigid in their thinking, closed-minded, living in a box, pretending that everyone else should be like them, trying to limit the freedom of these human beings, each one was created completely different from everybody else. See, nature replicates in infinite diversity, but society, ruled by these freak psychopaths, wants to stamp us out into these little molds, which are all the same. It's like Jimmy Bob 1 and Jimmy Bob 14 are exactly the same, and that's not natural. Marijuana, I've been smoking 45 years. You've been smoking 45 years or so. And we both know it's not addictive. It's not harmful. If anything, you might make a choice to sit and watch TV rather than go fix the car or something like that. You might get a little lazy, but that's the...
You know what, though, Michael, is I don't think that's because of the weed that you might watch TV. I think it's because the screen time is actually very addictive.
Yeah, but I spend an extra hour in the morning cranking my refrigerator-sized speakers up because I smoked weed and I just want to get energized by the noise.
Mm-hmm.
That's my habit.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it, but that might have nothing to do with marijuana. It might just be my personality. I like loud music in the morning,
mm-hmm.
So I shouldn't blame it on the marijuana. It's probably just me. But but you're right.
Well, see, the thing is that the marijuana allows you the freedom from the normal day tensions that would keep most people from realizing this is the way that I want to start my day, is with some music that I love. Because, and that's the thing, like this Bright Side cannabis commercial that I keep playing, where, the woman, she starts by, looking at bills and being all tense about bills, and the person that's there with her is all fucking hurting and pain, and she's looking out the window like she's afraid to go outside, and then she has some cannabis, and the next thing you know, she's smelling the flowers, and they're dancing and playing music. It's like this is what I'm saying, is it gives you that back. Instead of having this fucking constant nagging that shit's wrong and I have this pain and that pain, it gives you the ability to go, those things really aren't that important. I think if I listen to a little bit of good music, that I won't even remember that shit. You know what I mean? It just totally, it gives you the option that didn't exist before because you were just too focused on all the fucking daily shit that fucks up with your world.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say it reprioritizes things,
Yeah, it tunes you into a more natural frequency of thinking and being. Whereas the modern industrial and post-industrial world is very high stress. You're in a traffic jam on the freeway, going to work at a job you hate with a boss who fucks with you every day, and you gotta put on an act. And then the people that smoke weed are a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more natural. Hey, how's it going, Bob? How's it going, Sue? Hey, beautiful morning. And a little happier, a little bit more in tune with what it is to be a mellow human being.
Yeah.
You can still do your job just as good as Bob or Sue, who don't smoke weed, but you're more relaxed. The problem that's going to arise in your day isn't going to bug you as much as Bob or Sue, who doesn't smoke weed. And it's just the reason I bring it up, because I got a whole family full of these motherfuckers who don't smoke weed.
Yeah.
And they are so fucking uptight.
Well, it's like you're saying, like with the Bloomberg and who else did you say?
Biden.
Bloomberg and Biden. I said Trump. These people that are so fucking straight edge, you know, that they never would do cannabis, and that's the reason that the earth is being destroyed, because they don't give a shit about all the species that are being lost and all this stuff, because they don't care about them. And that's what I keep saying about cannabis, is that it connects us to the earth, and it connects us to each other, and it connects us to the higher spirit. So, and these are, you know, and that's the reason you're saying, that's the reason Bloomberg and people like him don't give a fuck about the earth being destroyed, the species being wiped off the planet, because they're not connected. And you're right. And it's because they don't. And if they had a little bit of cannabis on a regular basis, you know, I think the work. And this is what I keep saying. You know, the more people that are growing marijuana, the better place the world will be. There you go. End of story.
Well, those guys would throw us in prison for life. Yeah. That's how fucked up they are.
I agree.
And so, you know, everybody in the United States has been smoking weed since the 60s, and that was 40, 60 years ago.
I'm pretty sure the Native Americans were doing it before that.
Yeah, I mean, George Washington smoked it. He has letters that you can read where he said, at the end of my day, I love to smoke some hemp sitting on my porch, you know. And lots of other founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, they say the same things. Of course, they didn't smoke a high-quality weed like we're smoking, but they had a lot of seeds and stuff, but it altered their consciousness to a certain extent, for sure. And they liked it, and they wrote about it. So, yeah, I mean, it's very natural. And then William Randolph Hearst and DuPont came in the 30s and fucked it all up. And now we're trying to fix it. But, I mean, if it was damaging, you think I would have noticed it by now. I've been smoking 45 fucking years. And I can do math just as good as anybody else. You know, I can fix problems. I can jump quickly to some situation without hesitation. It's not, you know, my driving is not impaired by it. I've been smoking marijuana, and 2 minutes later got pulled over by a cop, and the cop didn't even notice. You know, you know, you know, there's so much mythology involved, and the guy the previous caller who said he was square, the most square caller you've ever had. Yeah. He didn't seem that square to me. If he's eating marijuana and thanking you for your service. Yeah. And he's not a square guy.
I think he's I think he's misusing that word. I think Dwayne is probably the squarest viewer that we have.
Well, that's because Dwayne doesn't know that Jesus smoked weed. That's what's wrong with Dwayne.
Dwayne, he keeps saying he used to smoke a lot of weed. I don't think Dwayne is the squarest, but I'm pretty sure. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure Dwayne is not the squarest.
Well, if you go onto YouTube and you just try punching the word in cannabosum, 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 and that will give you the historical story of the Jewish usage of cannabis. So they called it cannabosum, and then the what was that thing those guys would the Ark of the Covenant was this box they would carry around, and some of the modern historians are now saying they're reading the scriptures and they're saying smoke would come out of the Ark of the Covenant, and their interpretation is that the Jewish high priests would burn cannabosum, in the Ark of the Covenant, and then stick their head in the Ark, right, inhaling the cannabis fumes, the smoke, and then they would have their high priest visions and stuff like that. So some of these people in the chat know this story. It's the story of cannabosum. And the Egyptians used it. The Jews who are part Egyptian used it, and it goes back, beyond Babylon, 10,000, 20,000 years. There's nothing wrong with it. There's something wrong with us, not you and me, but something wrong with this society in making it illegal or semi-legal or kind of forbidden. There should be nothing forbidden about it. If you eat too much, you can get pretty fucked up. But other than that, there's no danger to it.
But, and by fucked up, you mean high and fucking silly giggly. Or scared and paranoia, but not like, you forget to fucking breathe like you do if you drink too much alcohol.
No, I told you the story before how I walked in the house and my girlfriend had made cookies, and I said, "Oh, wow, you made cookies." And I said, "Why are they green?" She said, "I put chlorophyll in them." And so I ate about 7 of these really powerful cookies without knowing they were marijuana cookies. And I couldn't walk. I had to sit there for hours and hours just tripping.
Yeah.
And so I kind of OD'd on marijuana one time, so that I have a little bit of a thing in my
When people OD, they stop breathing.
Well, I got really high, Mike.
Yeah, well, I got really high too. I mean, I've had friends who fucking made butter that was like, wow, you're trying to hurt somebody.
Yeah, well, that's why if you're going to eat it, you're going to be high for such a long time. You might want to eat the proper amount so that you can function, unless you want to trip, and then that's your choice.
Well, yeah, but I what I find, honestly, is that you want to eat, you just want to eat a comfortable amount that you really don't notice as you go about your daily day, and then you might all of a sudden get a little giggly or something catches you off guard and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And you go, oh, yeah, cookies. But it's not like this, I'm so fucking high. You just kind of notice it here and there as you go through your day. You go, whoa, I got a pretty good buzz, man.
Yeah, well, you're much more experienced at eating than I am. So when I do start eating, I'm going to do it for the health benefits of it, not so much to get high, because I'm a really high-functioning person, and if I'm going to be out there pounding nails, I don't want to be hitting my thumb or measuring some piece of wood wrong. Or
you just got done saying you don't have a problem driving, so you're not going to do those things either.
Well, yeah, I like to drive, and but the point is, I'm not an experienced eater, so I'm going to just be sensible and start slow and figure out how much is good for me, and then
when I make brownies, I eat when I start my day, I eat a 1-inch by 1-inch square, because I'm not cutting a big fat brownie and going, I'm not like you said, I'm not trying to get fucking high. I'm just trying to, this is my normal dose, 1-inch by 1-inch brownie, and
that's sensible, and everybody is going to have to figure out their amount, because the ghees are all different, the strength of the ghees are all different, and the amount of ghee you put into a mix would be different from person to person. So it's just a personal thing, and it's not like smoking a joint where you pass around and you smoke it, and then we all know how to do that, but I think there's a little bit more attention required if you're going to be a responsible marijuana eater.
Well, yeah, the thing about smoking a joint is you can take 2 puffs and go, no, I'm good. You can't go, oh, I just ate that whole brownie and I should have had like 1/10 of that amount, because you can't undo that, dude. So, yeah, like you're saying, you want to do it sensibly. I always tell people when I give them cookies, I'm like, you probably want to start with a half a cookie, just so you know what you're dealing with. Unless you, unless you eat a lot of marijuana, you probably want to start with a half a cookie.
If I remember right, you really don't feel the effects for about an hour and a half, right?
It varies. I mean, I have a cookie in the morning, and then I take the dogs for a walk. And by the time, our 2-hour walk is done, I feel pretty good. Or hour and a half walk is done, or even hour walk. I would say about an hour or so. But if you're a novice, you might want to wait an extra half hour, like you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just think the health benefits of the CBDs and the THC being ingested and eaten is far superior to any other kind of ingestion,
Yeah.
Whether it be topical on your skin or smoking it. I think, getting it in your stomach and letting it get into your bloodstream that way is probably the most helpful.
It seems like the most naturally intended way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because from what I understand, it's hemp is the first cultivated plant for man, and that you can feed people with this stuff. So, I think that it's probably, like I said, this is just it's supposed to be part of our daily lives, and making it illegal and criminalizing people for using it is one of the greatest crimes against humanity of all time.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, the founding fathers grew it for the cloth and the rope and other things, and the slaves, the black slaves, helped harvest it and make all the products out of it, and then.
Yeah, I think George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, they're all farmers. They said the best advice I can give the American farmer is make the most of the hemp plant. There was one of them, either Thomas Jefferson or George Washington.
Yeah, and one of the big scares, I'm sure you know this, when it started to become illegal, when all the propaganda was flinging right and left, was that black men were going to fuck your white women because black people smoke marijuana.
Yeah, the women are going to get addicted to it, and they're going to become loose, and they're not going to know what they're doing, and they're going to become all nymphomaniacs, and then the black men are going to get them, and once you go black, you never go back.
Well, I think that at that time in the 20s, there was more black people smoking marijuana because they were former slaves and they were used to harvesting the hemp.
And it's the cheapest drug there is.
Right. Yeah. They had medicine men traveling around with cannabis indica in bottles and stuff.
Do you know that movie Walk Hard, Dewey Cox story?
No.
Okay. It's about a musician, and you should definitely watch it, because I tell every musician that I know, you need to watch that movie. Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story.
Dewey Cox was a musician or an athlete?
He was a musician.
Was he a real life musician?
No, it's a parody of Johnny Cash's life. It's kind of a parody of Johnny Cash.
Huh. Cool. Johnny Cash used to live in my town.
It's fucking great movie, dude. And as a musician, I guarantee you will love it.
Huh. Dewey Cox. What's it called again?
Walk Hard.
Walk Hard. Oh,
Walk Hard. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that there's something different in the brains of people who smoke marijuana than the brains of people who really don't smoke marijuana, or maybe smoked it once and they got scared, or they bought into the illusion of the American society where you're supposed to wear a suit and a tie and cut your hair and tuck your shirt in and get a job.
And there's so much reefer madness, a lot of people bought into that, and they're like, oh, I don't want to become one of those hippies. And this is one of the things that you'll see in the Dewey Cox story, is like, They do the drug. They do they do drugs. They're a fucking band, and they do drugs, and they're like, hey, are you guys smoking that reefer? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you don't want none of this, do we? And he says, oh no, I don't want to get a hangover tomorrow. We got important things. He said, no, there's no hangover. He says, well, I don't want to get addictive. And he says, no, it's not addictive. And he says, well, I don't want to spend all my hard-earned money on it. He's like, it's the cheapest drug there is, it's such fucking a real thing. I mean, this is like, that's the conversation that every parent needs to have with their fucking kids. This is the safe drug. It's the safest drug there is, and that's it. Everything else will kill you, or could kill you, and you will probably know someone who dies from alcohol before you get out of high school. You have that conversation with your 12-year-old. I promise it's an important conversation to have.
Yeah, I have a 36-year-old son, and he doesn't smoke at all, and he looks like a hippie, and he walks around like a hippie, but he doesn't smoke. And it's like, you would think at this age I would have smoked some weed with my son, but I haven't. So it's his choice. But I think people that smoke marijuana end up having more open minds, and that's a compliment. That's not like a spacey open mind. I mean, you just kind of accept that there is a wider reality, and maybe there's something wrong with the world. That's a pretty good place to start from, because how are you going to fix the world if you think everything's peachy keen? You can't do it if you don't know there's any problems. And
well, it's like I said, if the marijuana, the cannabis, has this brain rejuvenating quality, and what happens to us as kids is we get this, programming, this like against the, who we are, and then we start to get some marijuana, and it rewires our brain. I was talking yesterday about, I saw on the Sanjay Gupta documentary, Weed, the first one, they talked about mice having their brain damaged, being hit with like a hammer of some kind, of like a pneumatic thing they do, strap the mice to a board and boom. So they all get the same brain damage, and then they feed one test control, cannabis, and the others don't get it. And the one that got the cannabis, the ones that didn't get the cannabis weren't able to survive, and the ones, because they weren't able to walk, they weren't able to function. The one that gets the cannabis, its brain is able to rewire itself from the damaged parts so that it's able to continue to function, to be able to make the things happen that it needs to happen.
Yeah, neuroplasticity, yeah.
That's how important this thing is.
Yeah, well, it's a great plant. We all know it. I don't consider myself to be a stoner because I work all the time. My idea of stoners are people that just sit around and play video games and get high, but that's their choice too. I'm not criticizing them. It's just that, it's not a harmful plant at all. You're completely correct. It's probably the most helpful plant on planet Earth, and in a dozen ways at least, including cleaning the soil and rejuvenating the soil.
Right. And removing carbon from the air and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a longtime fan call you up and tell you how good you are. So that's a good thing. I'm glad to hear that too.
Yeah, I was glad to hear from him too. That was nice. And I'm glad to hear from you too, Michael. It's good. It's always good to touch bases. So, and we're going to do a show tomorrow night if you're around. We're going to do 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow night.
Okay, am I the 15th caller? Do I get that T-shirt?
Not yet.
Oh, I want a T-shirt.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if there's a dab ready to go here. Is there? Nope, no dabs ready to go. If we're not. It doesn't look like we're going to get to $40 tonight, but that's cool. That just means we have a T-shirt to give away next week.
Well, you should give the T-shirt to Dr. Squarepants, who called before me, because I think he deserves it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see when we talk again in the future.
Take care, brother.
Okay, it's good to hear from you. Stay cool.
Bye.
And that's our buddy Michael from Southern California. I am going to play a quickie video for you, and I'll be right back. Clip 6. Okay, so Craig said there was no audio on that clip, so I'm going to go ahead and see if it'll play again. Let me see. If it won't play again. Hold on, I got to go to back here. You guys want to see that one again? Pilgrims banned from traveling to Saudi Arabia. Or are you good without the audio? Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Apparently, the audio got shut off on that video on that particular clip for some strange reason. You want me to play it again? Just do it! Just play the video! Play the fucking video! I don't know. You guys want me to play it again? Do you need to see it again? Alright. Let's see. Do not disturb is off the phone if anyone wants to call. And thanks to all the callers and thanks to the donors tonight. It's very nice of you to give something back to Mox News again. Your generous donations is what makes it so that Mox News is being here again all this time. Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you, Michelle?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Do you have plans? Do you have plans for your weekend?
Oh, just house stuff and just relaxing.
Right on. Well, that sounds like a good plan. I like relaxing. That sounds good.
Heck yeah. Hey, I sent you 20 clams on that PayPal thing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, check it out.
I'll check it out. Let's see.
Yeah, I
12 minutes ago, Michelle, $20. Boom, boom, boom. Michelle, that's very, very generous of you. And by the way, if you look on the GoFundMe page, which Michelle just kicked down on, you will notice that she was the last person to kick down on it before she just kicked down on it again. So it's very, very generous and nice of Michelle. So that makes it to our $40 number, so we can now give away the Mox News t-shirt as soon as we get done talking to Michelle.
Awesome.
So
yeah, I enjoy talking with you and watching your show and everything that you put up. You don't find it on other stations, and that's what I like it. You know, so like, shoot, whatever I can do.
Well, you're very generous, Michelle. You are very, very generous, and I can't say thank you enough. But I will get a big fat dab ready for you.
Yeah, it's got to be bigger than the last one.
I don't think it can be bigger than the last one.
Oh, holy shit! I was like, that's the new fucking moon right there.
I was planning on getting half of that on there, and like, oh shit! All right. It's It's like at first we decided to do only half the LSD, and then do you know that movie? Have you watched that movie, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Shoot, no, I don't think so.
It's a Johnny Depp movie. It's about Hunter S. Thompson. Hunter S. Thompson is probably my favorite journalist of all time, and a great author. And this book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is Hunter Thompson checks into a police convention as a journalist to cover the police convention. I think it's a DEA conference with a fucking bag full of fucking drugs all over the place, right? And like there's this one scene where he's in this nightclub and there's this guy walking through the nightclub and he's like, I have everything I need to make LSD. I just need a place to cook, right? And then the next thing you know, Hunter Thompson is standing in a bathroom with like a little vial, right? And he's like, at first I decided to do only half the LSD, and then like all the acid is like all over his shirt and stuff. And he's like, and then fate conjures in, and it's like. So they wind up doing it. It's a fucking great movie. If you get a chance, you can. They don't get much better than that. And it's Terry Gilliam who directed it, who's fucking amazing. So.
Oh my gosh, it sounds fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking great. And they do peyote in the movie, and they do all these other drugs, and I mean, it's just like I quote the movie on a regular basis. Like the one caller who said something about the one caller. Did you hear the caller who was talking about he's been a 23-year fan, Michelle?
The Square?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him say it. Yeah.
He I said to him that I was the high watermark for free speech in this country, and it's true. I don't say things just to hear the sound of my voice, but that's also a line from that movie, because he talks about how you can actually see where the high watermark for free speech was, and then it starts to roll back like our freedoms are shivering. It's a great movie. Hunter S. Thompson's a great fucking character. He died shortly after 9/11 after questioning, what the truth was about it, and he died by killing himself, by shooting himself in the back of the head, actually.
What?
Yeah, and he was on David Letterman. I don't know if you can look this up on YouTube or not, but he loved guns, right? And he was on David Letterman, and he fucking has Letterman out, and he's got like this fucking gun that's like you have to use two hands and you shoot it, and it just like fucking pulverizes everything, and it's got like a belt, a belt-fed weapon, and he's standing there with a fucking glass full of fucking bourbon. He's just the most amazing character. If you get a chance, Hunter S. Thompson, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a really, really good flick.
Shoot, I'll never remember that at this date. But
well, did you get to watch the Shaft movie that I recommended?
I haven't had time.
Oh,
no, I haven't had time.
Well, you're relaxing this weekend, so
I might check it out this weekend.
There you
go. Well, shoot, we got a date tomorrow too, don't we?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow at 5 p.m. and we'll be enjoying the South Carolina primary results together. Me and all my ninjas.
Hell yeah. Shit, how about that damn Warren, man? Taking Super PAC money, $12 million?
I was wondering where she got the money to do a television commercial. I saw a television commercial and I was like, well, where'd she get that money?
She totally fucking jumped ship. Finally, she showed her true colors. Yep, she sure enough took $12 million from the Super PACs, and they were just like the most they ever contribute to a candidate. But since Hillary was on an interview saying that, that's okay, I'm going to get Bernie by taking all the super delegates and shit. So she's already going after him. She hasn't stopped, and I'm just like, you dirty, dirty woman. Oh, my God. Man. Yeah, she true colors now. So,
well, like I've said, you know, she is definitely not who she portrays herself to be. And I think that it's been pretty obvious for quite some time. And all the Trump people know it, you know, so.
Yeah, and once Bernie found out, he even said, well, I guess after being so long with, you know, around the establishment, I guess it rubbed off, kind of something like that, you know, to that point, you know, to that effect against Warren and shit. And yeah, sure, I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, damn. I was like, well, you see, she's the one that the establishment wants now. Because Buttigieg, you might forget about him. Biden, he's just shooting himself in the foot with that damn that freaking little picture that you had for your show where he's smelling that lady's hair, man.
Biden is a very messed up dude.
Yeah, but damn, I fucking seen that picture and I felt like I needed a shower, dude.
Yeah, it's the truth. I mean, and that's exactly what Fox News will do to Joe Biden every single day of the fucking race, of the election, the second he becomes the nominee. And not 1 second before he becomes a nominee, but the second he becomes a nominee, he becomes creepy Uncle Joe so much on Fox News that MSNBC and CNN will not be able to avoid it. They will also have to grow onto that bandwagon. That's how bad it is.
You're so right about that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's why I was just like cringe, like, oh, but you know. But yeah, everybody else seems to be falling off the map and shit. Buttigieg, all he's doing is repeating, I guess, Obama speeches or shit. He's taking his talking points or something. I don't listen to that guy, but that's what they've been saying.
Well, Craig has a video of him where they're side by side saying the identical things.
Oh shit! Do you got that?
I don't have that right now. I'll probably play it tomorrow. There's something on there. There's a thing on there where Buttigieg says something and it doesn't sound right, and it might be one of those, I forget what they call it, fake video or whatever, where they put words in somebody's mouth and they make it look like he's saying that. Yeah, and I want to be really cautious about playing that shit. So.
Yeah, they just been saying it all over the place. I haven't seen the video myself. But it's just a lot of people are talking that he's pretty much stealing everything Obama had said before. But
I think he's studied Obama very, very closely, and I think he studied Obama very, very closely, and trying his best to get people's attention from it, or to emulate him, what he perceives the best qualities of him, which is a brilliant idea, but it's also just shows how fake he really is,
They're all fake that way. The Democrats. For the simple fact that if you look in the beginning of all of them that they said that they announced that they were going to be running for president, they never had the platform that they have now, but they seen that it was working for Bernie. They all fucking jumped on Bernie. Every fucking one of them repeated everything that Bernie said because they seen it was working.
Right.
But the only difference is that when he says it, he means it. When these sons of bitches are saying it is because they want to keep it the way it is, and it's not working for us anymore.
I agree 100%. I think that these people that are saying, I want to legalize marijuana, are just seeing that has worked, that's very beneficial. It's exactly the same reason that that Elizabeth Warren is a Democrat now, because it's just she was a Republican and then she decided to run for office, and she saw that it would be much more politically advantageous for her to be a Democrat, and she became a Democrat, because she's a woman and all that. So
I guess no place like home for her.
People are entitled to do what they want. It's just when you see somebody being consistent like Bernie Sanders, and then you see these other people who are just all over the fucking board for whatever is politically advantageous for them, you go, how can anybody trust that guy?
And and that's all you have to do with these candidates. It's so easy. It's just like, give them enough rope. Give them, just let them take it. They're going to hang themselves with it. Because every fucking one of them stumbles over what they're supposed to say or what they think that we want to hear. Bernie goes up there, he's got it all memorized because he's believed this for his whole freaking life, He's always been standing up for the working man.
Yeah.
And it's like, he doesn't even have a problem, going and answering questions and shit like that. These other candidates are like, okay, what's in today? Does people like this or do they like that? Just tell you, they're just pretty much selling themselves with no kind of substance once at all. Might as well, be made from China. It's like, you ain't worth a shit. You don't have any values at all. They want to keep the rich, keep getting richer, and just keep stepping on our necks. It's like, but you see, people are done with that shit. Bernie's more popular more than ever, and yeah, they're gonna do all kinds of dirty shit.
And when he wins tomorrow night, Michelle, all the rest of those fucking fools are done.
Shit! Oh my god, I can't wait. I'll tune in tomorrow, and I'll let you go so you can give away that shirt. I hope Bruce forgets it, man, because otherwise he's gonna lose his mind.
Well, you know what, Michelle, I thank you so much for helping us make that happen.
You're very welcome, Mike, and thank you for all the hard work that you and Craig do. I really appreciate you guys.
All right, well, we look forward to talking to you again soon and seeing you tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, I'll check you out tomorrow. All right, good night.
Thanks, Michelle. Bye. That's our buddy Michelle from Texas, and she has qualified us for to give away a Mox News t-shirt. She made it so we hit the 20. She kicked down $20. Wilco kicked down $5. ND kicked down $5, and Jackie Cat kicked down $10. So all those lovely people, and this is Michelle's big fat dab, bunny ear dab. Come on, you bunny ear dab. There it is. There it is. Isn't it pretty, Michelle? Doesn't it sparkle so nice in the light? Okay, so I'm gonna heat up the bong, and the do not disturb is off the phone. I will begin taking callers now. The 10th caller wins a Mox News t-shirt. This Mox News t-shirt right here, embroidered, long sleeve, heavyweight Mox News t-shirt, and you get Mike Hawk for president postcards, suitable for framing, and a Mox News business card or two to share with your friends. So that's what we have going on. I'm going to take a puff. The number is 805-669-6397, and we will begin taking callers now. Oh, you know what? I'm out of gas, Michelle. Oh! We got it! One more for Michelle. Oh, yes. I was afraid I was going to have to do an unboxing video. Nobody wants a Mox News t-shirt? Seriously? Alright. That's okay. I don't have to give away a Mox News t-shirt. The do not disturb is not on the phone. Craig, it's not on the phone. Dabs in space! Really? Nobody wants a Mox News t-shirt? Wow. Well, that's cool. I can save on the postage. Almost ready, Michelle. Hello, caller.
You gonna win a t-shirt?
No, you're caller number 1. Thanks for calling. Call back soon. Caller number 1. That guy was funny. Caller number 2, how are you?
Number 2, Scott from earlier.
Hey, Scott. Well, we got 8 more calls to go if we get there. Hey, caller number 3. Thanks for calling. How are you?
What the fuck?
You have to call back. Okay, that's caller number 3. That was caller number 3. Caller number 4. Hello, caller number 4. How are you?
Okay, that's caller number 2.
Caller number 5. How are you? That's caller number 5. I got this big fat dad to take me for Michelle. Caller number 6.
This is so fun.
Caller number 7.
Yeah, I'm a towel.
Caller number 8.
Oh, dang, it's Bernie Sanders.
Caller number 9. The next caller wins. Caller number 10, you win!
Are you kidding?
No, who's this?
This is Scott from earlier.
Hey, Scott, right on. Well, I'm glad you won. Somebody was hoping you were going to win.
Right on, buddy. Hey, and I'm the anonymous donor on the, Yeah, oh, jeez, I got to turn you off the YouTube here. There we are. You there?
I'm here.
All right, yeah.
You're the anonymous donor on the...
on your...
Oh, geez. Well, thank you very much there, Scott. That's very generous of you, man.
There you are, man. Yeah, I hope that buys you plenty of dabs.
I grow my own, so it will. That will definitely help with the gardening supplies. Thank you.
There you go. Like I said, I'm a big fan. So.
Well, hold on just a second. I'll have Craig. Hey, Craig, can you transfer this number?
I can. You want to play a clip real quick?
Yeah, Craig is going to transfer you to his phone, and then he'll get your address so we can mail you out a T-shirt. Okay, Scott?
Wonderful. Love you, buddy.
Okay, well, thanks so much again.
Hold on. Thank you.
Heavy shelling is being reported in Libya's capital. A number of flights have been suspended at Matiga, the only functioning airport in Tripoli. Charles says the latest bombardment is the heaviest in weeks.
This has happened pretty much almost on a daily basis in recent weeks, but certainly people here telling us that today's barrage of rockets has been the heaviest since that failed ceasefire that was brokered by Turkey and Russia was attempted to be put in place in early January. Certainly the fighters that we've spoken to in areas along the front line saying they believe around 60 rockets were fired towards the airport. There was a lot of black smoke from the area. No reports of any casualties there yet, but there was also a lot of heavy shelling we were hearing in the southern suburb. But let's put this in context. It comes at a time of, yet again, failed efforts by the UN to broker some sort of lasting ceasefire. We saw both sides, both the UN-backed government in Tripoli and warlord Khalifa Haftar's representatives, not agreeing to any ceasefire in Geneva last week. There are so many players in this conflict. Today's barrage of rockets and heavy shelling an indication of just how difficult it is to stop the fighting.
40 Palestinians have been wounded in the occupied West Bank during a confrontation with the Israeli military. As according to medics, Israeli forces used tear gas and rubber-coated steel bullets to disperse a crowd of demonstrators. The incident comes as Palestinians mark the 26th anniversary of an infamous mosque massacre carried out by an Israeli settler.
All right. So, and Scott won that T-shirt, and I'm very happy Scott won that T-shirt. He made a very generous donation. Everybody made everybody that makes a donation, it makes a very generous donation. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, just you taking a couple of minutes out of your busy life and to give something back to me is incredibly generous. So thank you to everyone who made that happen. It was cool. We got that he got the T-shirt. He was one of the donors tonight, and he tried hard to get that. I think he called 3 or 4 times during that 10th caller thing. So that was awesome. All right. So again, we're doing the show every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. I hope that we see you again here, same Mox time, same Mox channel next week. But tomorrow night, Saturday, we're doing a special 5 p.m. live show to so that we can all check out the South Carolina primary results together, right? Because it's going to be awesome to watch Bernie Sanders put the final nail in Joe Biden's fucking political career. Won't it? You know, I mean, and also it's not just that. It's these fucking media people that are like, oh, Bernie Sanders can't win South Carolina. I want Bernie Sanders to win South Carolina so bad. I mean, I can taste it. I want it so bad. So it might be a sad night tomorrow night for me. But regardless, I will be here tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and I hope that you join us then. Hello, caller.
Michael, this is Steve McClanahan.
Steve McClanahan, how are you tonight, sir?
Well, Michael, I tell you what, I'm fucking stressed the fuck out, Michael.
Well, obviously you're not eating enough cannabis, Steve.
Well, I tell you what, I'm fucking working a goddamn rocket ship. It's a spaceship. We're gonna fucking send it up to the moon. I just got time to fucking give you a call. I fucking backed in this fucking giant semi-truck. We're filling up this fucking goddamn weather balloon, and I'm floating the goddamn spaceship up to the fucking top of the fucking atmosphere. We're gonna take pictures.
Cool.
Do you see that little? All right, like, are you sitting there? Put your arm up and like touch the camera that's there in space. Do you see the camera?
I don't.
Is there a moon? I mean, are you guys looking at Earth?
No.
Like I am?
We're looking at
I have live
parrots.
stream. I'm always live streaming fucking Earth from, you know, the universe. Okay.
Cool.
We're not doing this?
No, we're looking at koi fish.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, like, that's what we got. We're going to be doing that. We have a lot of that shit going on.
Great. We'll get some video. We definitely need some video of that, Steve.
You need some fucking video?
Yeah, man.
You need some video of that.
I need some video of the Earth. I do.
Michael.
Uh-huh.
You need some video of all of that. Michael, I am too focused on building my motherfucking Mox News exclusive fucking van into a goddamn rocket ship, Michael. I don't have time to fucking live stream you this bullshit.
No, I don't need you to live stream. You don't need to live stream it.
Live streaming takes way too long.
You don't need to live stream it.
And all the fucking, oh my god. What?
Just email it to me. Just email it to me.
Email it.
Yeah.
Email it. People
There you go.
still have emails nowadays?
I don't know.
Seriously?
I don't know. I do. I don't know about people, but I do.
Well, you know what? You know, I'm nuts.
No, what?
And me and him, we fucking talk on the phone all the time, Michael.
Oh, do you?
I don't have his email address. We just fucking exchange phone numbers and we actually call people for a change. You know?
That's nice.
We call in and we fucking call each other and we fucking talk about some shit that's like really super legit, like, I don't know, like a rocket ship that I'm currently fucking constructing and the son of a bitch is already done. I am currently filling up this motherfucking giant weather balloon full of fucking gas to make it up to the motherfucking atmosphere and you have to have, and see, you have to have the intelligence to be able to explain this, and then also at the same time to be able to tell it to the extremely unintelligent people of the world. Okay, so what we're doing is we've done all the math, we've calculated all this shit, and then in fact when we get up to the goddamn motherfucking, like the ozone layer and shit, like I have got to shoot my motherfucking Mox News flare gun into the weather balloon, which is then going to spark a motherfucking flame, blow up the weather balloon, okay? That shit's gonna get out of the way. And then I'm going to motherfucking initiate the kill switch engage apparatus switch, which is going to ignite the propulsion system with the oxidizers, and everything is going to get compressed, and all the fuel is going to dominate the entire fucking universe, and we are headed straight to the motherfucking new motherfucking Mox News laboratory for news.
Well, good.
Extreme media outlet. It's a laboratory also providing news. You know what we're doing? We have a really small little rock. We can do this.
You can do it. You can do it.
I'm going to grow some weed up here.
Okay.
On the little new moon. And then I am going to... I'm going to send you some weed from the moon, okay?
Moon weed.
And then you know what? The next time that you're not a goddamn little fucking sissy, Michael, you're gonna get in the fucking van and we're going to go to the moon as well, okay?
No.
Yeah, you're going to the moon too, Michael.
I don't
you
go.
Don't want to go. I don't
go unless the dogs fit in the van. Unless the dogs fit in the van, I don't get in the fucking van. Okay?
You're getting in the fucking van.
If the dogs fit in the van, then I get in the van. Otherwise, I don't get in the van.
Dog shit in the fucking van.
Hey, you be careful how you talk about my dogs. You be very careful how you talk about my dogs.
Are the dogs shitting in the van?
I don't care where they shit.
Well, they can't shit in the fucking goddamn space shuttle, okay?
Well, then I guess I'm not going.
Well, you can't bring the dogs with you. They've already sent dogs into space, and that didn't work out, Michael. Don't you know this?
Well, then I guess I'm not going.
Dude, you need to go, man.
I can't go. If I go without the dogs and the dogs don't get their teeth brushed and the dogs don't get their teeth brushed, the dogs don't get happy.
Well, you know what? They need to have fucking... I will call the government, okay? And I will tell them that, seriously, we have an extremely important Space Force mission. Mox News, first ever, we're reporting this shit, we're already doing it, we're doing it live. We need a fucking, like, a legit dog sitter for Mox News.
No dog sitters.
You need to brush this fucking goddamn
no dog sitters. No dog
because
sitters.
he wants to go to the new moon. We're going to set up the goddamn base there, Michael. What the fuck, Michael? You're worried about this dog more than the goddamn news channel. Michael,
Yes.
are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. That's
Really?
absolutely.
Oh my fucking god, this is some bullshit. I've been setting up this shit for fucking ever right now.
I would
I'm telling you,
I would go homeless. I would go homeless for this dog.
you would go homeless for this dog. For real? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
for real.
You guys just sitting over there on the side of the road with fucking sign and shit, just like, the sign would say, I would go homeless for this dog.
No, well,
And
that's
I
a pretty
did.
good sign, actually. I think
That would be a good sign.
Yeah, but no, my sign would say, "Remember me."
Remember who?
Remember me.
Dog?
Remember me.
Dog? Remember me, this little dog that was
Remember
this
me.
fucking guy over here, homeless as shit. Dog's just doing great, living it up.
Dog would be very happy. We'd get a lot more outside time than just 2 hours a day then.
I tell you what, these dogs in this world are just absolutely spoiled, rotten. They are. I'm
Well.
telling you. But you know what, Michael?
No, what?
Steve McClanahan will be the first person in space since all these other motherfuckers. And then I'm going to the actual real moon, okay?
Well, that's a good place to start from.
I'm not even joking.
I know you're
I
not.
built the entire fucking spaceship.
Out of a
This
van.
shit is no fucking joke.
I know.
It's completely easy. You don't think this shit is easy? The motherfucker
You need to paint it
crashed
green.
his fucking shit because the earth is flat. Well, you know what? I'm doing this too. I've been doing it. I've been doing it forever. I'm going to prove that the motherfucking earth is round. Steve McClanahan, we're doing it. We're doing it live. And not only that, but California is not the only fucking state in the entire fucking world. That's another thing that I want to get visualization of. Because these sons of bitches over there in California are fucking losing it. And am I wrong? Am I wrong, Michael?
California.
Building a fucking rocket ship to motherfucking send up to the middle of the fucking atmosphere to figure out whether or not the Earth is completely flat.
Okay, well, I don't think you need to worry about that.
You know, is people in Australia, are they actually in fact walking upside down at all times in the world?
I don't think so. But I understand that their toilets spin
their
backwards.
head is actually pointed towards...
I understand that their toilets spin backwards, though.
Dude, that is fucking freaking me the fuck out.
Right?
Michael.
Right?
That sounds like a fucking extreme horror flick worse than the fucking Exorcist.
Straight out of Twilight Zone, man.
Put together with the Fifth Element. Twilight Zone, Exorcist, Fifth Element. Put together with all these fucking crazy fucks out there in the world, Michael. I'm telling you, I cannot wait till the semi-truck. I'm sitting out here, I'm like watching my fucking giant hot air balloon blow up while talking to you crazy fuck. I am ready to get the fuck out of here. I am going to literally, and you know what's super cool also? I have calculated the entire width and mass of the entire Earth.
Really?
With the moon.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and I have...
What is the width of the Earth?
I went to Amazon.
Uh-huh.
I went to Amazon.com, and then I ordered a giant rope. And so I've actually tethered the Mox News spaceship with the Earth. And so I'm going to float up, and I have got enough, more than enough, to blast off towards the real moon. And I think that I'm going to actually be able to get to the new moon, but if I don't, we're still going to the old moon. You know, the old moon, it's old news. Everybody's all talking about the new little moon and shit. It's so cute, it's a little moon, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? We're still going to the fucking old moon, whether you like it or not.
Okay,
at the end of the day.
You do that.
And, yeah, but I have an actual tether. And if I get into any kind of situation where I need to get back down to Earth,
Uh-huh.
I literally tied a rope to my spaceship from Earth. So I'll just pull myself back down.
That's brilliant.
Whether you like it or not.
That's brilliant. Well, good. You go there and you let us know.
We're doing it, whether you like it or not.
Are you going to be there tomorrow?
We're definitely launching this shit tomorrow, for sure.
Well, okay, we'll be here.
I'm filling up this shit is going to take forever to fill up, and then I have got to float up. Oh my fucking God, I've already done the math on all this shit. Yes, it's definitely going to be tomorrow, Michael. Yes.
Okay, well, you
breaking news.
Be sure and let us know.
Let everybody know, Michael.
How it's going. We'll be here
on this shit forever.
At 5 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So you be sure and let us know what give us an update then.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about, Michael. I'm fucking trying to work extremely hard.
Tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here. You don't understand. You don't understand. We'll be here tomorrow.
What?
We'll be here tomorrow.
You guys are going to be here tomorrow?
Yes, we'll be here tomorrow, and you should give us a call and let us know how your thing is going, your spaceship, your adventure, your spaceship adventure.
I can only call when I have a chance at calling because I have so much fucking shit going on. I have a lot of calls.
If you get a chance, and you're not busy with Elon, tell Elon Mike says hi.
It's super bullshit, Sean.
Well,
shout outs to super bullshit, Sean.
Yeah, you don't like that guy.
That's my buddy. He's still here.
Okay.
He has actually helped me with this shit.
Oh, good.
We have a conflict of interest.
Well, then I know you'll be safe.
Exactly.
Yeah. So good.
Super bullshit, Sean. Michael said, "What's up?"
Yeah, I didn't say that.
I told him you said, "What's up?"
All right, Steve. Well, good. We look forward to hearing from you again soon. Okay.
All right. Shout out to all the Mox News listeners, ladies and gentlemen. Michael.
Yes.
I gotta go.
Bye. Steve McClanahan, ladies and gentlemen.
You better get this motherfucker
Steve McClanahan.
going, because we are off the air now.
Steve McClanahan.
Currently off the air, and it's time to continue to build this motherfucking rocket ship. Get this motherfucking weather balloon filled up faster. We're going to the moon. Whether you like it or not. Somebody bring me a goddamn sandwich. Sons of bitches.
Steve McClanahan on his way to the moon, apparently, sometime soon. Who knows where he'll go after that? I guess to the other moon, apparently, sometime soon. And then to oblivion and beyond. I get that right. To oblivion and beyond. Is that better? Okay, so as I was saying, tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Pacific time, we will be here. We will be covering the South Carolina primary results. It will be incredible to watch Bernie Sanders put the final nail in the career of Joe Biden, the professional politician Joe Biden. It will be so nice to watch that happen. Please, Carolina, South Carolina, please put the final nail in the political career of Joe Biden. And then we can all fucking be happy and be like, fucking media is so stupid. Yeah, tell us again who we're supposed to fucking vote for, assholes. Stupid media. Stupid media. So thanks so much to all the callers. Thanks so much to all the donors. It's great to hear from all of you. It was especially good to hear from Scott, who's a long time fan and a first-time caller, which is really cool. That when he said he's a 23-year fan, which is about right. I used to do a call-in show back then too, before anybody ever dreamed of a YouTube show or a YouTube page, website, and such. So you guys know. I've been taking phone calls a long time. We'll do this again tomorrow night, 5 Pacific time. And then every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. But tomorrow night, Saturday, South Carolina primary. I hope we see you here at the same Mox channel at a special time, 5 Pacific time. We should be getting lots of results by that time. We should almost, sometime shortly after 5, they should actually be ready to announce the winner of South Carolina. And it will be very interesting to see what kind of shenanigans they pull. And or if Bernie Sanders trounces everybody again, and then have the chance to all talk about it together instead of like myself shouting at my television. It's much nicer to do it together, for me at least. And I know that some of you guys feel that way too, and I'm really glad you do. So until then. Stay cool, because one of these days this war is going to end.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.